Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our regular council meeting agenda. It's December 14th, 2020. I'd like to welcome everybody. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I'd like to ask one of my colleagues on council for an adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'd already said that, but I think I was on mute. But thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Get her going here. I'd just like to ask council, is there anything to add to the agenda? I have one item. I would like to add a business item under 11E, and that would be an appointment of our city manager for City of Spruce Grove under 11E. Okay. Anything else from council? Anything other? Seeing any changes, and then to administration, Mr. Wolanski, any changes to the or additions to the agenda?
Nothing from administration, Mr. Worship.
Okay.
Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski. Friendly amendment, Councillor Roth?
Indeed, friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion for the adoption of the agenda. Okay, thank you very much. Can I get a motion, please, for the consent agenda, item 2? Councillor McKenzie?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the recommendations contained in the following reports be approved. Item 3A, November 23rd, 2020, regular council meeting minutes. Item 10D, C1131-20, land use bylaw amendment, density requirements for R1 and R2 district, first reading. Item 10E, C1133-20, land use bylaw text amendments, mobile vending, first reading. Item 10F, C1134-20, development fees and fines, bylaw amendment, first reading. Item 10G, C1135-20, business license amendment, our bylaw amendment, mobile vending, first reading. And item 10H, C1139-20, land use bylaw amendment, redistricting DC 10 Prescott Direct Control District, first reading. Item 11C, Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Services Commission, and item 12A, various board and committee meeting minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any members of council who would like to remove any of those items from the consent agenda as far as the motion goes? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay. I just had neglected, I forgot to mention to those joining us this evening, Councillor Grilke sends her regrets she's unable to attend the meeting this evening, but she wishes us all well, and we wish her well as well. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move forward into the public hearings, and before that, Councillor McKenzie, you needed to make a declaration.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do wish to declare, as per Section 170 of the Municipal Government Act, that I have a pecuniary interest in this matter, and as I am an owner of a business that may be directly impacted by the matter before council. I will be recusing myself by leaving the meeting for the duration of the public hearing, and ask that my recusal be recorded.
Okay, thank you very much. We will be advised by the clerk when she has left the meeting, is in a breakout room.
Yes, she has been put in the waiting room.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. This time, I'd just like to ask one of my colleagues on City Council if they would read a preamble to the public hearing before I open the public hearing. Councillor Stevenson.
Public hearings are convened in accordance with the Municipal Act of Alberta, Government Act of Alberta, and have two purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about the proposed bylaw. The second is to allow council to gather pertinent information on the proposed bylaw prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment on a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to receive further submissions after a public hearing is closed.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. And with that, I would like to open this public hearing. This public hearing is on a development permit application in a direct control district, Suite 110, 205 Jennifer Highway. And we are going to go to one of our staff, Mrs. Kustra. If you could open it up and we'll get ready to get going on that.
Mr. Mayor, I would ask that I read the
Preamble,
public
yeah.
hearing procedure statement first. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I guess we do have somebody registered to speak, so let's do that now. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this public hearing is being held virtually in accordance with the meeting procedure, COVID-19 suppression regulation, and City Bylaw C 1120-20 virtual procedures, COVID-19 suppression bylaw. Those interested in making a submission during the hearing may do so by sending an email to cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Email submissions will be accepted until the close of the hearing, and those requesting to make a verbal submission were required to register by noon today. So the process for the hearing will be as follows. Administration will make a presentation first. Council will then hear from those who are pre-registered to speak. The city clerk will then read into the record any written submissions received by email, and if deemed necessary, the hearing will temporarily adjourn to allow council to review the material. And then council will be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions of administration, and then the city clerk will then read into the record any additional written submissions received by email. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Samara, and thank you for that clarification on that for people that wish to, call in and speak to you. So let's go to our administration, and we'll ask for a presentation from administration. Mrs. Kustra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to share my screen with you, my presentation screen, and we will. So if I could ask the city clerk if the screen is being shown to our council members.
It is.
Thank you. Okay, so the purpose of this presentation this evening is to provide information to council for their consideration as the approving authority for a development permit application for a liquor store use at Suite 110, 205 Jennifer Highway. Stantec Consulting, on behalf of the property owner of 205 Jennifer Highway, submitted a development permit application, PL 2020000438, to the Planning and Development Department to locate a liquor store into Suite 110 of the existing building located at 205 Jennifer Highway. The subject site is zoned direct control under the city's land use bylaw. I'm sorry. The subject site is zoned direct control under the city's land use bylaw C 82412. These lands, along with the lands on which the Holiday Inn and the Tri Wellness professional building are situated, were zoned direct control under bylaw C 76810, October 2011. The purpose for zoning the lands direct control at that time was to allow for mixed commercial development to complement the Tri-Leisure Center and the Fier Sports Park. A direct control district is unique from other districts within the city of Spruce Grove. Council is the development authority for Council is a development authority for a direct control district and makes the final decision on development permit applications. Council's decision is final and cannot be appealed. In 2013, Council approved 2 commercial buildings on the subject site and delegated authority to permit the development officers of the city of Spruce Grove to process development permit applications for retail establishments, eating and drinking establishments, and personal service uses within the building. The proposed liquor store is defined under the city's land use bylaw, C24 or C82412, as alcohol sales minor, which is a separate use from any of the uses that have been previously approved by council for the subject site. The adjacent uses to the site are the Tri-Leisure facility to the north, the Holiday Inn to the south, and the Tri-Wellness Professional Building, the Border Paving Athletic Center, and Pure Sports Park to the west. The proposed alcohol sales use is intended to complement the commercial uses that exist on the site. The proposed alcohol sales use is being reviewed against regulations and requirements under the city's land use bylaw, C82412. It meets the definition for alcohol sales minor, where under this definition, the maximum floor area shall be 275 square meters. The floor area of the proposed liquor store is 179.5 square meters. The proposed use would require 7 on-site parking stalls. The site has enough parking stalls to accommodate this additional use. However, it has been determined that the location of the proposed use does not meet the special regulation for alcohol sales, which states that alcohol sales shall not be located closer than 100 meters from the site boundary of any site that includes community or public recreational activities, a public park, or a school. Not allowing for alcohol sales closer than 100 meters to a site boundary of a community or public recreational activity, a public park, or a school would deter drinking in public parks or open spaces that typically surround these recreational school activities. Separate liquor sales from places where children can gather unsupervised, and it reduces the chance of children being influenced by advertising while traveling to and from school or public areas. This photo you see on the screen shows the proposed location of the liquor store use would be 29.25 meters from the site boundary of the Tri-Leisure Recreational Center and 69.3 meters to the Border Paving Athletic Center and Pure Sports Park. These distances to the site boundary of these public recreational activities do not meet the minimum required separation distance set out under Section 56 of the Land Use Bylaw. Now, the applicant is aware of the regulation for alcohol sales and its setback requirements. They're requesting an exemption to these regulations and propose that the distance be measured from door to these recreational activity sites versus being measured from the alcohol sales use location and the site boundary of the recreational sites. So administration reviewed the applicant's request and supports relaxation to the regulated setback distance. The land use separating the proposed alcohol sales use and the adjacent recreational facilities are parking facilities and roadways, as you see on the plan that's submitted. Parking facilities are seen as a separate use from an open space, such as a park or the open space around a recreational facility where the public would congregate. With parking facilities separating these uses, it will deter from public drinking. Public facilities are not typically a place where parking facilities are not typically a place where children gather. So in conclusion, the development officers support the approval of the development permit application to locate an alcohol sales use within Suite 110 205 Jennifer Hallway. So in conclusion, administration recommends approval to the development permit to locate a liquor store within Suite 110, 205 Jennifer Hallway. So if there's any questions you have, I'd be more than happy to try and answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a couple of speakers registered, but at this point, I will ask council if there's any questions for clarification in regards to this presentation from Mrs. Kustra. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, seeing none, I just wanted to take the opportunity again to remind the public that they may make a submission during this hearing by sending an email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. That's cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. So at this time, I'm going to ask our clerk if there's anybody from the public that has registered to speak.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have 3 members of the public that have registered to speak, and I will just quickly read the protocol for speaking.
Okay.
So the protocols for speaking during the virtual public hearing will be as follows. Presenters who have pre-registered will be given the opportunity to speak during the public hearing and will be announced by the city clerk when it is their turn. Presenters may only speak once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. The clerk will notify presenters when there are 30 seconds remaining. If you're part of a delegation, please select one speaker to present on behalf of the entire group. A delegation spokesperson may only speak once and will have a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. And all questions and submissions must be directed to the chair and should be directly related to the public hearing. And protocol decisions of the chair are final and will not be debated. So our first registered speaker is Yolanda Liu. So Yolanda, you can turn on your video and unmute your audio.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm just going to share my screen here with a presentation. Okay, are you able to see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Yolanda Liu, and I'm a planner at Stantec. I'm here tonight on behalf of our clients to provide you with a brief presentation on a development permit application for a liquor store within the Tri-Leisure Village development located at 205 Jennifer Hyle Way. The subject site is located south of Tri-Leisure Way and west of Jennifer Hyle Way. To the north is the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center, and to the south is the Legacy Park subdivision. The proposed location for the development permit to allow for a liquor store is located within the northeastern corner of the Tri-Leisure Village, as indicated by the orange rectangle on the site plan. The development is currently districted DC, direct control. This land use district is intended for sites with unique characteristics, innovative design, or site constraints, providing council the ability to decide on land uses permitted within the site. Currently, this DC allows for a variety of uses, such as retail sales, eating and drinking establishments, medical services, and commercial retail. This application is seeking a variance within the zoning bylaw regulation that prohibits the sale of alcohol within 100 meters of a community or public recreational activity site. Currently, this distance is measured from property to property line as opposed to door to door. When examining the door-to-door distances, the proposed liquor store location is well beyond 100 meters from any of the surrounding public or community facilities, with the closest public facility being a shared use path located 123 meters south of the proposed liquor store location. All uses are separated from the proposed liquor store by existing buildings, as well as a 5-lane roadway and a large parking lot. Furthermore, we have intentionally selected an interior unit as opposed to an end unit for the potential liquor store in order to diminish the ease of access and the direct exposure to the facilities nearby. The unit also faces interior to the site with no direct access off of Tri-Leisure Way or Jennifer Hyle Way. We believe that there are several reasons that support the development of a liquor store at this location. First, it is important to note that we recognize that there are other liquor stores in the area. However, it should also be noted that most of these liquor stores are located within the development along Highway 16A across Jennifer Howell Way and are all approximately 500 meters or further away when measured as the crow flies. By including a liquor store on the west side of Jennifer Howell Way, this creates a more walkable community, as the liquor store will be located within walking distance to the residential development on the west side of Jennifer Howell Way. As well, a liquor store located in the proposed location will serve to support the Holiday Inn Hotel immediately to the south, as a liquor store is often a complementary use to a hotel. In addition, a liquor store on the west side of Jennifer Howell Way aligns with the future demand due to anticipated population growth, which I will highlight on the next slide. The neighborhoods surrounding the proposed liquor store location are currently under development. When fully developed, the West Area Structure Plan is anticipated to accommodate a population of approximately 15,000 residents, while the West Central Area Structure Plan is anticipated to accommodate a population of 3,800 residents. At full build-out, these neighborhoods will be home to nearly 20,000 people, a population capable of supporting additional commercial uses, including another liquor store in this area. City administration is in support of our application, as the proposed liquor store, when measured door to door, well exceeds 100 meters from any community or public recreational site, as well the chosen commercial retail unit is interior to the site and is separated from community and public recreational sites by other uses, including buildings and Tri-Leisure Way, which is a 5-lane roadway, as well as a large parking lot. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Liu, for the presentation for your client. I'll just ask from council if there's any questions of Mrs. Liu in regards to her presentation. Not seeing anything, I'll go to our city clerk and ask her. Thank you very much for your presentation, Yolanda,
Thank you.
and appreciate it. Let's go to our city clerk and ask to announce the next speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next speaker is Roberto Noce. Mr. Noce, unmute yourself. Thank you.
I did. Thank you. And good evening, everyone. As indicated, my name is Roberto Noce, and I am the lawyer for the applicant for the liquor store. With respect to my presentation, I want to remind members of council that pursuant to Section 8, Sub 3 of your land use bylaw, council is acting as the development authority in a direct control district, and it must receive, consider, and decide on applications for a development permit. As well, pursuant to Section 13, Sub 4, Sub B of your land use bylaw, your development authority, your administration, is to prepare a recommendation to council with respect to this proposed development. And the recommendation that has been put forward by your administration is full support for this particular development permit. The ability to walk and purchase liquor is in fact an amenity that the area is seeking. This is exactly what a pedestrian-oriented village concept is trying to achieve. The proposed liquor store is a distinct development designed to provide amenities to the users within the development. It's important to keep in mind that the separation distance issues have been debated in many municipalities and has also made its way to our courts, in particular our Court of Appeal. In a decision from our Court of Appeal from 2014, known as the Newcastle Center decision in the city of Edmonton, the Court of Appeal makes it clear that council, and in fact in the position you are in as the development authority, cannot take on a presumption of harm just because a liquor store is located within the separation distance required by the land use bylaw. There can be no presumption of harm because of a proposed liquor store. And that's an important point to keep in mind, is that the development authority through council is obviously requires evidence or information to show that harm can in fact be created. And in fact, your administration in its report to to you has made it clear, and through their own due diligence and research, that there has been no identifiable harm that would come as a result of this proposed liquor store. Furthermore, our Court of Appeal has also made it clear in a decision known as Actus Management in the City of Calgary that the Municipal Government Act does not recognize the regulation of business competition as a relevant development planning issue. And that's something to keep in mind, that the issue of competition or anything like that is not a valid development consideration. Clearly, and it is my submission, that zoning is not an ideal tool for limiting the availability and consumption of a regulated substance, as the primary intent of zoning and ultimately the development authority process that we are following tonight is to regulate land use, and secondarily, to regulate the built form or shape and siting of development. Regulating the availability, pricing, and all of the ills of alcohol may be more effectively managed through superior legislation, that be the province of Alberta legislation. Mr. Mayor and members of council, as a result of your position you are holding tonight as the development authority, that the decisions that the decision you are making tonight is simply to determine whether or not a variance with respect to the distances should be granted. And when you look at your own land use bylaw, specifically section 14 sub 1 sub a, the development officer would look at this, and you as council acting in the development authority's shoes, that the development officer can grant a variance to a regulation, and as noted, section 56 of your land use bylaw is a regulation, the separation distance, where the variance does not unduly interfere with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use, enjoyment, or value of neighboring sites. And that's an important test to keep in mind when you're looking at whether or not to grant the variance. So again, the variance does not unduly interfere. And when you use the word unduly interfere, it implies that some interference is okay. It just can't be unduly interfering with the amenities of the neighborhood or materially interfere with or affect the use and enjoyment of value of neighboring parcels. The additional word materially interfere implies that some interference is okay as well, as long as it's not materially interfering with or affect the use and enjoyment of neighboring parcels. Mr. Mayor, members.
Noche,
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. Just to let you know that your 5 minutes is always almost up.
Thank you, and that's a perfect clue to say, Mr. Mayor, members of council, subject to any questions that you may have, that is my presentation. I'd ask that you approve the development permit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Noche. Are there any questions of the presenter? Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Noche, your statement about not being that there may not be a presumption of harm with respect to the distance separation between a liquor sales operation and a recreation center, does that also apply to the distance separation from a liquor operation, for example, to a school and a playground?
Yes. Yes. In fact, yes. So
then we must allow a liquor sales operation to be located in a commercial area, a commercial strip joint, a commercial area where there might be a school next door or behind, for example?
Each case before council would obviously depend on the facts before them, and the fact that you may approve it in one area and not in another will depend on the facts. So in this case, the Newcastle decision from our Court of Appeal, it was a competition between two competing liquor stores that were within 500 meters of each other. And in fact, I was on the losing end of that decision. In fact, the Court of Appeal made it clear that my client, who was in there first in the city of Edmonton, we could not show that adding another liquor store to the community would create some social disorder. simply saying that another one is within 500 meters, at least in that case, wasn't enough, that there was no presumption of harm. So if, for example, at the hearing, I would have brought evidence of showing that my client's liquor store had been robbed 83 times in the past 6 months, that there was vandalism in the community that was a direct result of this liquor store, then the community, then I would have a strong argument to say by adding another one would cause a problem. So in this case, if there was tremendous social disorder in the community, if there was evidence of crime and other related things before you, then you would have some evidence that adding a potential use may cause harm, but you have nothing before you today to suggest otherwise. In fact, you have your administration that says the complete opposite of full support. And because of that, in the absence of any evidence, you cannot presume that somehow a liquor store within 100 meters of one of these uses would cause harm. You can't make that presumption, and that's what our Court of Appeal has said.
Okay, briefly, what about cannabis sales?
That principle that came out of the Newcastle decision has been used time and time again in cannabis issues, as well as I have and others have used the same decision before subdivision and development appeal boards with success in arguing again, presumption cannot, harm cannot be presumed just because you're within that separation distance. You actually need evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Noche.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to, Mr. Noche, a question for me. I want to go back to your comment that the application should not be denied based on a competitive or competition or harming a nearby competition. Maybe you can expand on what that means. What that means.
Yeah, so our Court of Appeal has spoken about competition issues as well. And they made it clear that determining competition or the number of stores in an area is not a legitimate planning consideration. And again, in this case, just simply saying adding another store is wrong for the community is not enough from a planning consideration. You need to go one step further. And the decision from that case would imply that you need to show that adding another use may cause social disorder or other issues in the community because you've brought evidence to show that there is already existing social disorder. So simply restricting the number of liquor stores or any other use for that matter is just based on competition because you don't want another store like that in the community is not a valid planning consideration that our Court of Appeal has spoken of.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That answers my question.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. This is for Mr. Noche. If I'm understanding the Newcastle decision properly, it was the argument not that another liquor store was being put within 500 meters of an existing liquor store. And I think what we're speaking to tonight is not the distance to another liquor store, but that within our bylaws, we don't, at this moment, allow a liquor store to be within 100 meters of, let's say, the Tri-Leisure. So are they not two different incidences at this point?
No, the Court of Appeal spoke of distances. In that case, it happened to be, you're correct, the Newcastle decision from our Court of Appeal dealt with two competing liquor stores. You are correct. However, I can say to this council that the Newcastle decision, the principle of the Newcastle decision applies beyond simply two competing liquor stores. I've used the decision in Edmonton with success before the SDAB relating to cannabis stores or liquor stores within 100 meters of a park or school site. And I've used it both in Edmonton and the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. It is the principle of the case is that you cannot presume harm simply based on a separation distance, because what the Court of Appeal said is this, that somehow at 99 meters there's harm and at 101 meters there is no harm. That's what the Court of Appeal is basically saying. There is no presumption of harm at 100 or below. it really, you really need to come to the hearing, whether it's the SDB or in this case, council acting as the development authority, with evidence to show the harm. The separation distance does not create this presumption that everything at 100 meters and under is really bad, and everything above 100 meters is okay. That's our Court of Appeal said it doesn't work that way.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Noche. I don't have it in front of me because obviously your presentation was just made. But was there not, when cannabis was put in 2018, was there not regulations from the province when we were putting forward our municipal bylaws that we had to live within a framework of distances? And if so, that seems to contradict the Newcastle decision and what you're saying. Can you help me understand that clarification?
Yes. So in fact, you are correct. Under the regulations of the gaming legislation, the province did in fact implement the distances for certain uses and gave municipalities the authority to vary some of those as well under the regulations. So, which is an odd way of doing things, but the province said, here's our regulations, but you municipalities, if you want to increase the distances, go right ahead. And they did so, for example, with schools in Edmonton. So you raise a very interesting question. Now, we're not dealing with that here because there are no regulations dealing with liquor stores in any of the provincial legislation. But with cannabis, you are correct. And the question that remains unanswered from our courts is whether or not the SDAB, or in this fact a council, would have the authority to vary any provincial regulation. And that question remains unanswered. But you touched on a fascinating question that lawyers in the planning and development bar that are dealing with constantly, whether or not they do or don't. But fortunately for us tonight, there are no provincial regulations dealing with liquor, so that's not a concern for us tonight. The only regulation before you is your regulation under Section 56, which is well within your authority to vary.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thanks. I'm thinking as I go. So this might be to Mr. Noche, but also to Ms. Kustra as well. Is the issue tonight not distances, but the fact that this is under a direct control and right now it is not a permitted use? Is that not what we're arguing? I understand that we've made that administration have looked at the variance and agreed to do a door-to-door. I understand that. But under the current regulations for this area, do we allow liquor sales?
I'll let your administration answer that question, Councillor. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer that question, it is a direct control district. Under the direct control district, there are no permitted or discretionary uses. So it is totally up to council to decide if alcohol sales is a use that would work in that area. Alcohol sales is a use, though, under the bylaw. So if it was not a use specifically under the bylaw, then we could not consider it. But because it is a use under the bylaw, it's a direct control district, it is totally up to council as a development authority to decide if it's a use that should be going into that space.
Okay.
I hope that helped.
Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Don't see any other further questions to Mr. Noche.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your presentation. And I'm going to remind the public, if they would like to make any submissions during this public hearing, you can do so by sending an email to our city clerk at sprucegrove.org. That's cityclerk@sprucegrove.org. Okay. We'll go to the next speaker, to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our next and last registered speaker is Mr. Angus McKenzie.
Good evening. I have a
Having a little time hearing you so far.
oh, can you not hear me?
That's a little bit better.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going to share my screen if I can. Oh, is that showing up?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. My name is Angus McKenzie, and I live at 8 Greystone Bay here in Spruce Grove. Thank you for listening to my presentation today. For transparency, I will state that my family does own a liquor store here in Spruce Grove, and that we consider ourselves to be responsible liquor store owners. We close early and promote alcoholic beverages as something to be enjoyed and savored. I'm presenting tonight. I am not presenting tonight because of competition. We have another liquor store across the street from us. And so this presentation is about the Tri-Village area and council's intent as direct control. As per land use bylaw C-824-12, section 132 DC direct control, general purpose, this district is intended to enable council to exercise control over the use and development of land or building. The district provides the developments that, due to their unique characteristics, innovative design, or unusual site constraints, require specific regulation unavailable in other land use districts. I therefore challenge council to ask the question, what was the intention of council of the day when they zoned this area as direct control? I believe the perception of many residents at the time was that the Tri-Village concept was a hub for health and wellness. Further looking into district control, it talks the validity of zoning of DC. Section 2A indicates that the DC zoning is not to deal with matters that are normally handled by the development authority. The distance of a liquor store is normally handled by the development authority, and if council approves to allow a liquor store, the development authority should then still deal with the distance. And if necessary, the applicant would then need to apply for an appeal with the subdivision development appeal board. Section 3A indicates that council shall determine the land uses that are permitted or discretionary in the district. Bottom line, I believe under the direct control, council shall determine if this use is permitted and leave the matter of the distance to be dealt with by the subdivision development appeal board. Alberta Health Services published the alcohol policy for community safety, vibrancy, health, and wellness, or well-being, in March 2020. This guide was created to help foster the development of context-specific alcohol policies in our municipalities. One of the priority audiences intended was municipal staff and leaders. I would have printed this for you if we were in person, but instead I have sent a link via email to the city clerk. This is a 136-page document which deals with community, the effect of alcohol on a community. I'm happy to say that Spruce Grove is a leader in the province and already deals with the location of alcohol sales in section 56 of the land use bylaw, where it states alcohol sales should not be located closer than 100 meters from the boundary of any site that includes community or public recreation activities, public or school. However, many municipalities municipalities have policies greater than the 100 meters. The town of High River is 150 meters with 300 meters preferred. The study talks about the greater availability of alcohol sales as the greater impact on our society and communities. The study also cites having alcohol establishments close to an area that are frequented by children and youth exposes them to high-risk environments, which normalizes and encourages them to consume alcohol.
Mr. McKenzie,
Yep.
your 5 minutes is almost up, so just giving you a heads up.
Okay. Anyway, we are hoping you as elected officials make the right decision, keeping alcohol sales out of this district, and continue to advocate the Tri-Village area as an example of health and wellness in our community. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie. I'll open up the floor to our colleagues on council if they have any questions for clarification on your presentation. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask our clerk if there was any additional submissions that were received by email. And if there were, the clerk could read those into the record.
Mr. Mayor, we have not received any additional submissions by email.
Okay. Just want to prompt the public again, you know, for the, are there any further questions of clarification from council in regards to the, to this public hearing? Mr. Wolanski, one quick question in regards to the public hearing. Do you have any background or could you share any background in relation to why this district fell under the direct control, why this became a direct control district by council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe Ms. Kuchar could answer that or has some more of a history there. She did mention when it was approved. So I don't know if the why there she has that background information.
Thank you, Mr. Wolanski. I have a little bit of the background information. However, Mr. Walker is quite familiar with the whole process that happened around there in 2010. And if Mr. Walker is on is part of the council meeting, I'm sure he would be able to assist in answering those questions.
Yeah. Mr. Walker, are you on stream? Mr. Walker, you and I know why we did it, or why it happened at that time. But I'd like administration to maybe make an explanation in regards to the development area and why we decided that this would be best served under direct control. So you can go ahead.
Through Mr. Mayor, when this area of the land was assembled, there was one particular objective we had, and that basically was to attract a hotel. And what had happened is we had put together a development concept that we went out with an RFP and so forth. And it involved basically a hotel, it involved some commercial development, and it involved a commercial office building. And so when we had a successful proponent, essentially we were concerned at that time that somehow the hotel would fall off the radar. And so consequently, we wanted to have more of an ability to actually control how the land was developed. So one of the things, for example, is that a hotel had to be a precondition of any other development. We were also concerned that the office development was also going to be done at some point, and with the balance of the land that could be available for commercial development. So it was felt at the time that the best way of ensuring that particular vision was going to be implemented was to retain direct control. So this is what had been recommended to council at the time. And we had the option at that time of basically simply giving it an overall commercial zoning. And the feeling was that if we had done that, then we would have lost control over how this site actually developed.
Yes, thank you very much. And just to add a little bit to that as well, well, the city removed a portion of the Tri-Village development for its own use, which was recreation, but we were, of course, wanted the ability to ensure that, you know, what we wanted. And I recall very clearly, and it was a bit of contention from the developer at the time in regards to the requirement for the hotel to go first, because we knew that we could create the commercial development there for food and establishments for service to the concept of that village that would serve and support the people that were attending the Tri-Leisure Center in those areas. So thank you very much, Mr. Walker, for that clarity. So I'll ask the city clerk thank you very much, Mr. Walker. I'll ask the city clerk one more time if there's been any other further submissions from the public in regards to this public hearing.
No, Mr. Mayor, we haven't received any further submissions via email.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll ask council if there's any further questions or clarification to our administration. Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to our administration, I do recall back, now it must have been 9 years ago, we did a review just after Tri-Village was assembled, looking at the impacts of liquor store distancing and regulations and competition issues and safety. And I recall back then the review, we were looking at all the liquor stores in our community and do we have too many and compare them to others. And we also looked at the crime impacts of liquor stores. We looked at, you know, vehicular accidents, calls of, just calls to our protected services. At that time, we had, I think, 14 liquor stores in Spruce Grove. And the report came back saying there are no real concerns. So it kind of aligns with what Mr. Noche was talking about of, the concerns between liquor stores. But I have a question. Have we ever gone back and reviewed that or done any updates, or do we have any organizational thoughts if there's any changes to what was in place 9 years ago when we did the initial kind of distance framework study?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Acker. To my knowledge, no, we have not done any further review or on this.
Okay. Just further to the presentation that we had, I was just trying to understand, the distances. I appreciate administration is recommending we look at the door-to-door. Do we have any other precedents of looking at a variance in that regards where we're saying, we have regulations that say it's site to site, but in this case, we're going to look at, door to door instead to give those same distances measures. And I agree it might be a valuable and valid defense, but just wondered if we have any other examples.
Not particularly with respect to this type of development and with the parking areas separating these uses, but the development officers have had a liquor store applications submitted in commercial areas in the C3, for example, which is a neighborhood commercial area. And this application was within the 100 meters of a park area, which was just basically separated by a roadway. The development officers did not approve that application. It did go to the SDAB, Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and the Subdivision Development Appeal Board also turned the appeal down and did not allow it. But basically what I understand there, it was because the park area, the actual open space was within that 100 meters.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
all my questions. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Third and final time this evening to the city clerk. Is there anybody else would like to speak to this public hearing? Have you got any more further information for us?
No, Mr. Mayor, we haven't received any further submissions.
Okay, Thank you very much. So I'll declare this public hearing closed. Okay. I'll just wait for Councillor McKenzie to rejoin the meeting before proceeding, and she's here now. So we're going to go forward. We're going to go on to our delegations, and we have a council delegation on the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan project update. Mr. Wolanski, could you introduce the presenters?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so a little bit of a tag team. I'll be doing a brief introduction this evening. And then before I turn it over to some of our consultants, and I believe our esteemed consultants will be sharing their screen, and I'll kind of prompt them for the first couple of items. So once I see that, I'll kind of get underway. Not seen it yet. There we go, it's coming. Okay, so yes, good evening, Your Worship and Council. We're here to present an update to Council and the larger community, of course, on the progress that has been made today regarding the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan Initiative. So during the presentation, we'll be covering a number of topics. We'll provide an overview of the project that includes its background, histories and goals, governance and project pillars, progress to date on each strategic component that will culminate into a final report and implementation plan, and then the status of the budget and the timeline. And of course, we'll also provide time at the end of the presentation for some Q&A. Next slide. So a little bit of an overview. I want to provide a little bit of historical context and background on the project, as well as speak to some of the project goals. Through signing a letter of intent in January of 2019, Parkland County, Town of Stony Plain, and the City of Spruce Grove committed to develop a tri-municipal regional plan together. In part, this was a result of the municipalities recognizing the need for coordinated economic development. And to this end, the plan is anticipated to help coordinate and drive investment into our region. The aim overall is to develop a strong regional plan that benefits all citizens in the region, which will enable a more effective and efficient service delivery across the region, ensuring a reduction in redundancy across all three municipalities. Next slide, please. In April 2019, we obtained funding from the Western Economic Diversification. Work then commenced on the development of the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan, and with the final report and implementation plan expected to be completed in early spring of next year. In the past, all three municipalities have collaborated, as we know, on significant initiatives together. Some of these projects include the TransAlta Tri-Leisure Center, transit services, as well as some fire rescue services collaborations. We've shown great leadership in how we've been able to work together. And through the creation of the regional plan, all three municipalities are seeking to continue to foster a vibrant, growing, and diverse and inclusive tri-municipal region. And next slide, please. And finally, this plan will allow all partners to strategically align a number of areas, such as land use, service delivery, infrastructure, mutually benefiting all of our citizens. It will also enable partner municipalities on an individual, but also collective level to achieve increased regional, local, and global competitiveness. And our aim is to improve governance, service delivery, fiscal capacity, and economic prosperity for the benefit of the region's citizens. And with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to, I'll introduce Mr. Dave McGarva from Tanta Solution, who's going to take it from here with some of the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski. Good evening, Your Worship. My name is Dave McGarva. I'm a managing principal with Tanta Solutions from Edmonton. And I'm very pleased and proud to be the lead on the integration consulting team for the Tri-Municipal Regional Plan. It's quite an undertaking, quite a project, and as you'll see, there's a lot of moving parts and a tremendous amount of complexity involved in doing such a broad-ranging plan for the region.
when I speak to complexity, I think the easiest way to explain this is to look at the governance structure involved with your individual councils, each submitting 2 representatives to our project committee. Mayor Houston, yourself, as well as Councillor Oldham. We've had the good fortune of having them on the project team with the CAO, Mr. Walensky, and Tanya Shepard, one of your administrative representatives. The CAOs have been consulted quite frequently on various aspects of the project, and the administration committee, made up of Mrs. Shepard and Brenda Otto of Stony Plain and Lauren Abeg of Parkland County, have been a tremendous resource to the team. Larissa Lundmark is the project manager. She's a staff member from Parkland County, and she's trying to wrangle all these connections that you'll see. In terms of direct reporting, we all report directly through the project manager to the admin committee and up to the project team. But the dotted line relationships show the complexity that I spoke of earlier, where we're working directly with the project committee, with the CAOs, with the administration committee, and the secondary consultants, of which there's 9 other firms involved, including the communications and engagement consultants. It's quite the vast undertaking we've been going through. To remind you, this is part of the project charter that your council would have seen previously. My introduction to the work occurred during Pillar 2. Pillar 1 was the governance work that presupposed our involvement, in which a vision, values, principles, goals, strategic review, and critical success factors were put together. One of the things that has appealed to me about this project, you'll notice the term bold goals there. We've been encouraged from the project committee, from the CAOs, from the admin team, all through this, to think big, to think about bold steps forward in ways that can improve the existence for your residents and citizens. We became involved during this second pillar that we're in right now, with the development of a number of plans and strategies, as well as being the integration consultant, which I can explain our team's role later on. We've also been involved in developing a current state analysis and a municipal services strategy. And again, we'll be the one tasked with putting together all these various strategies at their completion. Pillar 3 will start after March 31st, and that will be the implementation phase with the list of actions, the policy changes, and the shared benefit agreement recommendations coming back to the individual municipal councils for discussion, debate, approval. As we've gone through this, we've been involved and our first task was to help write the request for proposal for the competitiveness review, preferred land use scenario, transportation utility infrastructure strategy, a cultural strategy, the social development work, recreation strategy, housing needs assessment, and lastly, the economic development strategy. This phase of work, from the beginning of writing the request for proposal in February, we didn't get derailed when we had to move to the virtual environment, and you received upwards of 70 proposals across these that were reviewed by excuse me, municipal staff, subject matter experts, and the procurement process is now complete. I'm not gonna, there's slides here in your package for each of the plans. I'm going to go through them very quickly. I'd like to leave time for a question and answer. But the current state analysis was mainly the assembly of documentation. One of the drivers of this project and one of the directions we were given was to work from existing documents. You have a wealth, you've engaged your public quite frequently on a number of different topics, and the request was, can we put everything in one place that will be available to the consultants so that they're asking their questions once? This has resulted in a document outlining and highlighting, I think we're upwards of 800 documents now that have been collected and put in an online repository that are being distributed to the consultants as they require them, to try to take some of the pressure off of your municipal staff. That said, I can't say enough about the involvement of your municipal staff, the expertise, the professionalism they brought to the table on this, all during the pandemic, a number of other requirements on their time. They've been incredibly supportive and been very frank and creative in working with us. The next piece of work out of the gate was a competitiveness review that looked at the competitiveness of the tri-municipal region of Parkland, Stony Plain, and Spruce Grove as a whole. That work is complete, and the final document has gone to the project team for review. It has taken a look at what sectors and what industries provide the greatest opportunities for the region around being competitive from an economic context. There's a cultural strategy that is nearing completion and will be presented to the project committee in January, and a recreational strategy that will follow closely in February with an implementation plan as well. The housing needs assessment work is well underway, and it is to be completed in early March. The social development work is also well underway, and we're looking for a February completion of that aspect of the project. One of the other pieces of work that I'm directly responsible for is the municipal services strategy. And this piece of work began originally in the project. The intent was that it would be complete, that could be used as a basis by the other strategies. We learned very quickly that there was a lot of work to be done in terms of a review of the services provided by your municipalities. Excuse me. In fact, the first piece of work was assembling a list of over 300 services that one or all of your municipalities provide to your residents, to the business community, to travelers and visitors in the region. We have agreement on the naming and the description of those services, which is a larger task than it may sound. But we have also been working very closely with your finance groups to develop a cost analysis and a definition of the levels of service provided under each of the jurisdictions. That work has come to fruition. We have the costing data now, and we're now looking for opportunities to do more detailed feasibility around, which will be recommended back. Interestingly enough, the timing has actually worked out in our benefit, because this is almost a horizontal piece of work done in concert with the vertical strategies around recreation and transportation and land planning. So we're able to collaborate better with the other consultants to look for opportunities around service gains, efficiency gains, greater emergence. The underlying model for collaboration, and Mr. Walensky mentioned it in his opening comments, collaboration is not new for your municipalities. I don't need to tell you that. You've been doing this for decades. What we're looking at and we're trying to identify, are there different types of collaboration that may serve you better? This is the model we've been using as sort of a basis for a lot of the work being done to date. When we talk about emergent collaboration, this happens every day, probably every hour across your 3 municipalities. This is usually based on personal relationships, where someone in Spruce Grove may phone up a colleague in Stony Plain and say, hey, what are you doing about this? Hey, have you got any thoughts? Is there any documentation you can share? This is rich and robust. Unfortunately, it is very dependent on personal relationships. And when you have staffing changes, when you have people retiring, when you have folks moving on, you can have breakdowns in this type of collaboration. You also have a number of examples of joint delivery, which is a more formal structure where you may have an agreement, maybe not exchange of funds, but you have a plan. You have something more concrete to work on. There are you're doing this to a considerable degree currently, and there's lots of opportunities being uncovered. The next model is more of a client provider model, where one municipality would provide service for a fee for the other. You have instances of that occurring across the region right now. There may be opportunities for more of that. The model 4, the outsource model, you outsource a number of your services and procurement to public sector sector entities or not-for-profit community, there may be opportunities to do that in a collaborative sense to get better pricing, to get better service, those type of pieces. And then Model 5 actually looks at tri-regional structures in themselves. The most obvious example is the Tri-Leisure Center, which has its own form of governance, and it's a standalone regional body. There may be opportunities for more of that. The Model 6 is the more metropolitan model with things like Global Edmonton and the transit system. Those pieces are kind of out of scope for us, but if we see opportunities, we've been asked to recommend and put those forward. So the strategy, as I mentioned, we've gone through the inventory, the documentation of service levels, the costing phase, and we're into the feasibility studies, which should be completed by the end of the month or early January and provided for review, and in concert with a number of the other strategic documents being produced. Those being the land use scenario well underway. They've developed a base case for land use. They've developed 3 different models that are now being evaluated in terms of cost, in terms of service to the community and different focuses. The transportation, utility, and infrastructure consultants are working closely with the land use and a number of others to take a look at things like water, transportation, utilities, telecommunications, those type of services. The economic development strategy was very consciously brought to the table last because we felt that they would be able to enjoy the benefits of the other work that's being completed. And as it stands right now, they have worked very closely with a number of the other secondary consultants, as we're calling them, to ensure that it's a more holistic view to economic development across the region. One interesting piece, and I think it speaks well to the adaptability of the team that you put in place. One thing we uncovered that wasn't presupposed when the project was originally scoped was that a number of all of these secondary consultants would all be doing their own forecasts for what the future looks like. Now, keep in mind, this all started in January when COVID was something in China. As far as the what has occurred and what we've all realized is that there's no sense in having the land use having certain population projections and the economic development folks having a different housing and commercial growth projection. We would end up with plans that would be incompatible, and the integration work, which is my next big piece of work in February and March, would be impossible. So there was some budget available, and so we've contracted for a single central data and forecasting. Now, I'm really glad that wasn't my job, given the climate we're in right now. I'm not sure how you project the future, but they've done a very good job of this, and we're all working from the same song sheet. So at least we'll all be wrong in the same direction, for lack of a better word. But I think that's been quite good. The other piece was bringing on a communication and engagement consultant again, which I'm not sure was completely predisposed. We knew there would be some professional communications requirements at some point in the project. We brought them on, and in fact, they put this presentation together that I'm dealing from. The communication to staff, to the community, to councils across the region, you're going to be seeing in earnest coming up. We wanted to make sure we had something to say before we went out and said it. And then the final report, as I mentioned, this will be partially my responsibility and my team, obviously, but we'll take these plethora of documents and look for common themes. One of the challenges that we were concerned with is that if everybody puts together a quote unquote wish list, what does the budget look like coming out of this project? That's not going to be the case. They're going to be rationalized at this level so that we're putting it together in terms that are important, effective, and affordable for the municipalities moving forward. This graphic you will probably see a lot of coming up in a lot of the reporting, because we've worked on this actually with the communications consultants quite a bit in a way to communicate how these pieces all fit together. And you can see a number of the plans around the outside being filtered through the service strategy to create the plan, all grounded in the current state analysis and informed through the centralized data and forecasting and the communication engagement. In terms of project management, which is not my responsibility, but they're doing a tremendous job of, the initial budget for the project was 2.2 million. I'm happy to report that all the commitments are in place right now, and we're 7% under budget as it stands. The projected spend and the actual spend were slightly behind the projected. Some of that had to do with obviously the COVID environment and some of the things that have made it a bit more challenging, as well because of the broad interest in the request for proposal for the secondary consultants. Some of the procurement took a little longer than anticipated, and the consultants are catching up with the schedule. We have continually said that March 31st is the drop dead date. I think we're doing very well towards that. It will be interesting to see how the integration works. And the reason I'm using words like think and hope is it should be noted that in our background research for this project, we could not find a comparable project. There has been regional planning efforts done before, but not at this scale, not between the diverse municipalities of a city, a town, and a rural municipality. You are on the cutting edge. So we think we have a good plan. We know we have some good people working on this. What we're hoping is that it will come together adequately during the integration phase. As I said, so the strategic development is well underway. We could have had a few more boxes to the left here. We anticipate most of that will be wrapped up at the end of January, some bleeding into February. And then the integration phase starts in earnest, where we'll be putting these pieces together with a final report and implementation plan to be delivered in the spring. That is the presentation, and I would welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave, for the presentation, and I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on council. I'll start with Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and Mr. McGarva. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very exciting. The scope is enormous, and I'm happy to hear you're managing the project. We're moving along despite COVID and the difficulties of virtual meetings. So I'm happy to hear that. But one question that I have for you, you mentioned a couple of those strategies or those foundational documents are completed, like the competitiveness strategy. Are any of those documents going to be provided to councils just to look at, or do we have to wait until the very end of this whole process to be able to see what was building into this plan? Because I'd be interested in see, the work that's been up to date and get some more knowledge on that.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Acker, this has been a challenging piece for us in terms of how soon do we distribute the documents. Part of this is, it's not the right word, but paying respect to the members of the project committee and valuing their role, because they're taking it on the chin first for the group. There is some discussion in terms of how those are going to be sequenced out. I'm not sure I can give you a complete answer at this point. In a perfect world, you would see the holistic piece together, recognizing that we suspect that'll be close to about 900 pages of documentation. So maybe weaning them out in pieces might not be a bad idea.
Mr. Wolanski, you want to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Acker's question as well, and certainly supplementing what Mr. McGarva said. Yes, we want to make sure that the project committee really has that chance to look at it, kick back things. We also want to see how, although pieces have been complete, that may then shift or alter as it fits into with the integration. And on a third thing I would say is that the CAOs have also had some discussions about, because there is some implementation around this, but it's also, you're going to turn to us after and say, how are we going to, not only just an implementation plan, but how are we going to bring it to life and what certain pieces. So I know that as part of what we're looking at doing, having the administrations have some further discussions about what's going to happen, later on in the summer and next year and into 2022 almost with it, which includes some of the how we're going to pull those pieces together. So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've really enjoyed sitting on this committee and the work of Tantus and everyone involved. It's been really interesting. I did want to give a shout out to our staff, and I know Mr. McGarva did that, but it's an incredible amount of work that was added to many people's plate. And Ms. Shepherd and Mr. Wolanski in particular have been excellent representatives of our city at that table, and I'm really grateful for their participation. I'm really looking forward to the integration phase, because being part of all of the background work and all of the questions, I found it very interesting to really get an understanding for where some of the other the couple of the other municipalities, Stony Plain and Parkland County, where they're coming from and what their perspective may be, some of the realities that they are living within, and how they see some of these moving forward. And as we move on to the integration phase and the more specific major sections that we'll be looking at, I'm curious to see how it'll come together. And then how are we going to take that information when we receive it, in the spring, and realize it for our residents? What impacts can we make that are going to make our efficiencies better, lives better for residents of the whole area? And there's a lot to work with there, and I'm looking forward to working through that with our council once we are able to, as Councillor Acker said, it'll be a lot of information, but I'm looking forward to working with our council to at least get us started on the plan with that. And I have full confidence in our administration to help us delve into that. It's going to be a big piece of work late spring in through the summer for us to get started on that. So I just wanted to add those comments in. I've really enjoyed the work and the people, and look forward to the next phase. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, thank you, Mr. Garva. This, I'm not one of the councillors that does sit on this, and so I've been, awaiting this, and so I would love to see the individual plans too, ahead of time, but or wait till the end, whichever. But my one question is in regards to the housing need assessment and strategies. I love that we're looking at the seniors and the affordable housing, and I know that that aspect of our community is a big part for me, and I'm really excited about it. What I'm wondering is the scope of that assessment and strategy that we're looking at, and looking at the needs. Are we actually looking at, because I sit on the Meridian Housing Foundation board, I often look at our housing needs, especially with the seniors, as two different needs. There is the one that is the assisted, where we have our municipal funding, our Meridian Foundation, but then you also have your private sector where they can bring in the different needs. Are we actually looking at those two individually, or is it combined?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the question, it's interesting because we had our housing consultant touch base meeting today, so I can speak to it fresh on this. But no, the approach has been all forms of housing delivery that will be contemplated in the strategy and in the report. So it's things like Meridian, it's the privately available piece as well. Mr. Wolanski may want to supplement that.
No, I would concur with that, and actually, Mr. McGarva will be aware that I just brought that up actually, or Councillor Oldham, I just brought that up last week, that I said we just had a presentation not too long ago about assessment and needs, and want to make sure that fits in with the work that's being done here. So,
if I could add one more piece, just before your meeting, I was giving a similar presentation to Stony Plain. And the question came up about the province has just released a new housing strategy, right? Like in the last few days. And I was able to tell them that came up at our meeting this morning. So none of these things are frozen in time. It would be far easier if you folks would just stop doing anything for a year and let us catch up, but that's not the world we live in. So we have built a process that I think is adaptable to these things, and new information is being incorporated on the fly.
Perfect. And you actually just spoke to them. My next question, I was going to say, just the heads up, because I try to keep my finger on the pulse with the housing and seeing what the province is doing, fingers crossed, and, we can hopefully move forward with that. But I do believe that there is there's a demand for both types of housing in our community and a great need for it. So I'm really excited for that part. But this whole tri-regional plan, thank you for your work, and thank you to administration too, and to our council members who sit on this board. I know that it's been a lot of work, so I appreciate it. Looking forward to the future here with this.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Dave, I think we were all excited when you heard you just talking about the communications plan and stuff. And, you know, we recognize in our region how some of our municipal partners to the east of us talked about their wonderful communication about their working together plan. And, you know, and congratulations to them, because it looked really, you know, excellent for their efforts in working together. And, you know, I know that we're doing equal work as that, and hope we can share that within the region. You know, my real goal out of this is to actually have some quantifiable stuff come out of it that we can actually move forward on some of these things. We've done lots of things. We've done recreation studies twice over 9 years that we've never, you know, moved forward on. We're talking now here, you know, about really getting down to the nitty gritty on preferred land use strategies, and, you know, how some of us, you know, see some of the uses of land within our region maybe not used, you know, in the best manner, and how we can, you know, get over some of those hurdles. But we're hoping that a lot of those things come out of it. I think the housing needs strategy that Councillor McKenzie just talked to, and I know that the Meridian Foundation and other groups have just completed a bunch of work. I don't know if you have access to all the scenarios of all that kind of thing, but, you know, we certainly need to, as a region, look at all those. But on the whole thing, you know, on the economic development, social development, and cultural, and all those things that are integral fabric of our integrated communities, which are seen as region without borders, we're looking forward to the next step in the report. And hopefully that we'll have a lot of those reports finished in February, and not that it drags out into March, April, where, you know, we need, you know, we are really hoping that this information can be accelerated. I know it's a tight timeline, but and then the further other thing I wanted to say too, you know, we had a joint meeting this morning, the mayors with the Chamber of Commerce, and I said a big shout out to Parkland County for taking the leadership on the grant applications and moving this file forward. But it's a lot of work, and there's a lot of moving parts to it. Thank you for steering the ship on all the stuff, and to staff as well that were indicated by Councillor Oldham. So moving forward, you'll be wrapping up some of the project stuff in December, hopefully, and then January, February, we'll start to see the fruition of some of those labors being pulled together, and then start to blend that out in February, March. And then we'll get down to the real work of actually implementing it, not putting it on the shelf to collect dust. Any other further questions or comments? Seeing none, could I get a motion to accept Mr. McGarver's report for information? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that the update on the tri-municipal regional plan project be received as information, and that Mr. Dave Garva of Tantas Solutions be thanked for his presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, I would like to call the question on the motion. And thank you very much, Dave, for your report, and keep up the good work, and keep driving, keep driving those consultants to get everything pulled together. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And looking forward to the communication plan, by the way. We're really looking forward to it. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving forward, we're going to go to our public question and answer period. I guess I have one question of our city clerk. Do we have anybody registered to speak to our public question and answer period?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did have one individual who was registered, but he did inform us after the meeting has started that he's no longer available. So with that, we no longer have any individuals who are registered to speak, and we have not yet received any emails asking a question.
Okay. I had Councillor Roth ready to read the preamble to that, so I guess Councillor Roth, you're off the hook for that one. Okay, we're going to move forward then. Thank you very much, Mr. Ms. Samara for that. Under administrative updates, Mr. Wolanski is going to provide a verbal update regarding COVID-19. Mr. Wolanski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I almost forgot to unmute. Yes, good evening, Council. So as of today, Spruce Grove, in terms of cases, does have 233 active cases. Parkland County has 155. Stony Plain has 86. Spruce Grove's number of cases are, more than double since the last time Council met on November 23rd. And as of today, the update today, the numbers would put us the second highest rate of active cases per 100,000 population in the Edmonton region. I do want to say that it's hard to say. I know Council public may be wondering what is leading to this. We simply aren't getting the data that we were getting early on and are unable to get it. Dr. Hinshaw has indicated publicly, it's not something I'm sharing that hasn't been shared publicly, that the contact tracing system is overwhelmed. And so they are not getting or providing specific information around what is leading to the increased cases, besides what we're hearing from a general public perspective on social gatherings remain one of the largest causes of increased cases. Any reasons for Spruce Grove would, of course, be speculation. I wish we had a little bit more insight, but we don't. So it's important that we don't add to that speculation or, of course, cause any blame. On a positive standpoint, I do want to say, though, that we have been doing regular patrols and informal audits with our enforcement services pertaining to our face coverings bylaw. And that data has shown that we have a very, very high compliance rate of about 97% or higher. And so our message today would be that with the new measures that were just announced, and I'll talk a little bit about them in a minute, we know and hope that our community will comply at that same rate as we have seen with the face covering bylaw. If someone does have a concern regarding violations, they can be reported through the Alberta Health Services website. There is I could read a phone number here, but you might not all get that, but certainly we have the information available on our website where people can go. Our enforcement services team is also able to take reports of violations. And remember, we do get sometimes questions around specific rules, but this really is about bending the curve and leading to a downward trend in cases and not bending the rules and finding loopholes. We all need to do what is needed to keep our community safe and healthy. So a summary of the new measures that are now applicable throughout the province, regardless of whether you're in enhanced status or not. So it's no indoor or outdoor social gatherings. Places of worship are limited to 15% of occupancy, which is down from previous 25%. Provincially, masks are mandatory now in all indoor public spaces and workplaces. Retail services are restricted to 15% of capacity, down from 25%. And restaurants, pubs, cafes are closed to in-person dining, with takeout and delivery still allowed. All entertainment businesses must close. All personal and wellness services must be closed. And regulated health services can remain open by appointment, such as dentists, lawyers, physio, etc. Now, but also to support businesses that may be impacted through these measures, the province of Alberta has extended its relaunch grant. So businesses can now qualify for $20,000 total in support, which is up from $5,000 in the spring, and then now an additional $15,000 now. And then again, there's some eligibility is increased from a 40% revenue loss to a 30% revenue loss. So impact on city services. So obviously no social gatherings permitted indoors and outdoors, and we encourage the community to enjoy the outdoors safely. So all public health orders, though, are posted and guidelines must be followed. So the following outdoor amenities are open, which includes our outdoor ice surfaces, weather permitting, of course. We had some warm weather a week or so ago, but we're looking at there's some cooler weather. And so some of our outdoor ice surfaces are open, but crews are working hard to get many more open. There is limited capacity, obviously no game play. I do want to just briefly mention that the city has noticed a few private outdoor rinks popping up on city-owned lands. So unfortunately, these can create liability and drainage issues. So we will have to address those. But with a few guidelines in place, rinks on private lands are fine. Parks, trails, and off-leash areas as well have certain restrictions, but that's where people can enjoy. Those remain open. And our Central Park holiday lights, again, with restrictions on numbers and only within your household. But please, we do want to make note to the public that our fire pits in the parks are closed to discourage people from gathering in those locations and around those amenities. So again, we want to remember and remind the public to share the outdoors. We want to give people an opportunity to do so, but we need to refrain from gathering and again, see the same kind of compliance rates that we see with our face covering bylaw from our community. We want to be considerate of others. Allow other people, if you see people waiting, allow them to have their turn and not sort of dominate the time. And of course, practice physical distancing with those that you may be in the same proximity to. So this is again about reducing the spread and not finding ways in which we can go around sort of the restrictions. We want to get those numbers down. In terms of our facilities, city facilities, including the Greena City Hall, other offices, and the BPAC are closed to the public. We have moved staff to working from home where possible as per the public health order. We do still have some people that they are, in terms of central services and maintaining organizational effectiveness. I need to stress to the community and council that we are here to serve the community. This might be a little different, but in some cases that may be by appointment only, and others may be over the phone through email, but there should be limited changes or the limited ability to us to still be able to access services for the city. Three very important sources of information for our community continue to be the city's website, sprucegrove.org/COVID-19, the Government of Alberta's website, of course, and for businesses, alberta.ca/bizconnect. Very important to find more information on any of those locations. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. Mayor and Council, and to the public, we know that the holiday season will be very different for so many this year. It's a time when we want to gather and connect with those dear to us, and we simply will be unable to do so in the same way. And we know it's disappointing for everyone, but we need to do our part to support each other, certainly our community and our local businesses. And again, we'll always want to encourage people to continue to support those businesses that are able to remain open, following the right guidelines. But again, we want to do our part to support our health system, which is at a tipping point. Our actions now will determine what we'll be able to do, hopefully, in that when the 4 weeks is over. So please follow all public health orders the same way we're seeing compliance with our face coverings bylaw. Support each other and certainly be kind to one another during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski, for the update. I will open up the floor to my colleagues on council if there's any questions or comments. Councillor Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had two comments and then a question for Mr. Wolanski that relates to enforcement. But one comment was what Mr. Wolanski just said. And I think that the city and council encourages compliance with the requirements, because if people choose, some have indicated that they're going to defy regulations and have Christmas gatherings, for example, in their homes. And I think how and when we come out of this will partly be determined by how well we respect and comply with the regulations that are coming down upon us by the province. So that's one comment. And the second comment I have is these numbers, these case numbers in Spruce Grove are quite alarming. And I remember when we set a trigger point of 18 cases per 100,000 people, and some people were wondering if we would reach the trigger point. And we exceeded it a very long time ago. And Mr. Wolanski mentioned that we've doubled our case numbers in Spruce Grove since the last council meeting, and these numbers are concerning and quite alarming. My question to Mr. Wolanski is, I asked this question, I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask because the question was posed to me by a resident, and I said I would ask. And regarding enforcement, what happens if our bylaw officer is going to be going around and looking for obvious situations where people are defying the requirements. For example, having family get-togethers at Christmas where there might be a driveway with 3 or 4 cars that don't belong at that household. Our bylaw officer is going to be looking for that. And what will they do if they notice it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councilor Roth. So I wouldn't say that our enforcement services team will be out, or our RCMP for that matter, will be out counting vehicles in front of a location, etc. I do think, though, that the province has indicated, and we are waiting for additional messaging around how and numbers to call for certain situations that they have indicated they will be providing. Certainly, we don't want to create a situation necessarily where it's like a snitch line, but we would respond to concerns and complaints or and questions being calls that do come in, as with the RCMP. And so again, it's not necessarily, certainly on other areas like the outdoor amenities and gatherings and those kinds of restrictions that we can do a little bit easier in our regular proactive patrols, which we have been doing in the open spaces. I mentioned going to businesses, looking at the face coverings, but those are a little bit more within our proactive approach. The others would be more complaint based, but certainly, and we have been taking calls, as have the RCMP, on some of those matters, and we'll be working either ourselves or with public health inspectors as calls come in between all 3 of the agencies.
Okay, thank you for that. It's a more thorough and comprehensive answer than I was able to provide on the weekend to the person who talked to me. So I promised I would get back to the individual and give a more comprehensive answer. So I thank you for the additional information, Mr. Wolanski. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. Mr. Wolanski, I just want to touch briefly on what you were talking about, outdoor ice rinks. Not the ones that are popping up on our property, which obviously a major concern, but some of the private backyard rinks that people are building. I just have a couple of questions because I have seen them popping up in various chat groups and some have been shut down. Do they need a permit for it and have to follow, like setbacks or anything, like if they can be right up to like property lines and stuff? And how do they, I guess some of the concern for some people in the neighborhood is that you're just going to have a boatload of kids go over and not social distance or actually like play hockey, where we're trying to discourage, like we want spontaneous outdoor use, we want to encourage that, but how are we balancing that? So I guess my question is, so if you are planning to potentially build an outdoor rink in your backyard, what are the steps to do that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Stevenson. And, I'm hoping I'll see Mr. Levasseurs' face pop up here very soon. But, we did have some discussion on that, actually, even as early as or late as this evening. There are some requirements related to setbacks. We want to make sure that it doesn't, say lighting as an example, doesn't negatively impact your neighbors and those kinds of things. But for the most part, assuming those things, and again, Mr. Levasseur can comment on permitting and those aspects. But yeah, certainly, it's really only limited to the neighborhood or your your household development in terms of use, right? And so that's why in some, not only were there issues around liability on city lands and damaging potentially, and then the ones with drainage, but kids were going and gathering, right? But on private, I'll have Mr. Levasseur provide a little bit more information there.
Thank you, Mr. Wolanski. Question was answered to a degree. So we do not require a permit, as they're not required or considered a building. But there are some guidelines, I'll call it, in that we want to make sure that they're meeting a 1 meter setback from their property lines. And that's partly because of that's kind of a regular setback for other sheds, etc. But also might ease the drainage issues in the spring for the neighbors. And then again, as Mr. Wolanski indicated, some of these private skating surfaces get pretty elaborate with boards and lights, and so we do have to make sure that it doesn't negatively impact adjacent properties. So as an administration, we will not sort of be policing for these outdoor private ice surfaces. However, if we do receive complaints, then we will have to sort of address it kind of with those guidelines in mind.
Great, thank you.
But to Mr. Wolanski's point, we were starting to see a few of them. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, I interrupted. But we are starting to see them on public spaces, such as boulevards, close to roadways, and the latest one within a PUL, which is designated a drainage easement. And so very important that we maintain that structure or that facility.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lavasser. It was probably me interrupting you. You breathed, so that was my fault. So just in terms of going forward then, you know, because I did see that someone built one. I don't know where they built it, but they were told to take it down. So are we putting out any type of communication like before you build, even though you don't need a permit, would it not be responsible, or do we have communications going out saying like, here's a checklist of all the things, or just to make sure that, you know, because I'd hate to see someone build something quite elaborate and then obviously find out the floodlights are too much, or there's a noise complaint and stuff. We don't want to cause, I don't know, like more trouble than we need to. So do we have any plans? And I know you've been speaking extensively about this, so I appreciate that. Is there any plans to put maybe some communication out that it's kind of like the call before you dig type of messaging, in terms of some of the ice rinks and maybe other things that people build throughout the winter to keep their kids from going crazy or themselves?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councilmember Stevenson, I would say yes. It's been something that is just like Mr. Lasher said, we've just seen this more than we ever have, and it's just even like today there's another one, and so absolutely we talked about it briefly this morning, but certainly we'll be looking at providing. I think it would just be important for us to provide some FYIs for people.
Councillor Acker, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the update. And yeah, those numbers are troubling myself as well. But I got a question for you, Mr. Wolanski. How do we know if our numbers have changed dramatically in terms of outreach for mental health to 811 or to FCSS? I know as we get closer and closer to Christmas, you know, depression may seep in with more restrictions on our community. I was just curious if we're seeing any kind of trend, or are we monitoring that or keeping an eye on things?
Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker, some of those numbers are fairly steady, and some of the information I'm getting from staff. We've really seen, as I mentioned, doubling of our cases since November 23rd. So in about a 2 to 3 week period. So some of those other things that you're talking about might not come, unfortunately, for a little bit, but hopefully we can stem that tide a little bit. We do tend to see traditionally some of those concerns over the holidays anyway, for those that may be struggling. And so that is something that I know both our community social development staff and our recovery team, as well as our fire services and ambulance will be monitoring, and obviously we may be able to report on it. Hopefully it's good news, but so far steady.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, and hopefully we're keeping an eye on things. But in light of, the restrictions that the province has brought in and trying to reduce the numbers, and we've closed facilities, is there a way the city can be more involved? And I say this in the way that I see our community is stepping up in tremendous opportunities of little scavenger hunts in the neighborhood, or, go out and look at the pretty houses. It'd be nice as a city if we could take some of that on as well and do some communication. Have some of our rec staff go out and put things in the trees in the park and just have a list that as a family, if you're walking with your household, go look for the 22 candy canes in the Park. Or here's, I'd just like to see if us as a city can take a bigger role on that, where our community is doing a fantastic job, but, new ideas to get people interacting, getting them out of the house, trying to dispel some of that mental health and depression and cooped up feeling people are getting. If there's any ideas or possibilities of doing something like that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Acker. So certainly that's something we can bring up and have further discussions on. It's such a balance that we are trying to achieve with doing things that would encourage people. We know that it might be if you're just out with your family, but often that all of a sudden, especially at the city with their resources in terms of messaging and outreach, may all of a sudden, if something happens where we're having people gathering in significant numbers, but it's certainly something we can always try and then take away and monitor. So I'll certainly make a note of that and have some further discussions. Obviously, completely, and I don't think it's a surprise that we're sometimes having to be very reactive with some of the things that are changed, and then responding to that and trying to get things going. I think I mentioned to council previously after the measures we met. We didn't just have our half-hour EMA meetings, but we had almost 3.5 hours of meetings, trying to digest and understand and react to, and then make changes to our arenas and to our and redeploy staff to move out to help with more outdoor rinks and some of those things. So certainly not an excuse at all in any way, but I'll take that under consideration and we'll have some further discussions.
Any other ones at all? Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for the update, Mr. Wolanski. I think we're starting to feel the seriousness of this as a council, to see these numbers starting to climb. And I got to share with you, I have significant concerns in regards to the health and well-being of our citizens. We have 223 of our citizens in our community right now that are that have this COVID virus, and we need to do our best and utmost to try and stem the tide of this outbreak. We're not alone. It's all over the metro region, and I talked to somebody who was from a county that was in a very sparsely populated county, and they're having significant issues over there as well. So it's really come to the forefront. But I think we need to do our best to continue to use that information and keep insisting our residents try and follow all the Alberta Health Services regulations. So thank you very much for the update, and let's keep the messaging going out there and doing the best we can. With that, I'll ask one of my colleagues if they would please make a motion to accept Mr. Wolanski's report as information. Councillor Roth.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Mr. Wolanski's report be accepted as information.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll call the question on the motion to accept for information. Okay, thank you very much. It's been carried. Moving on to bylaws, could I get a motion, please, for third reading of 10A? Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move that third reading be given to bylaw C-1129-20, 2021 fees and charges bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Acknowledge and accept the motion from you. Mrs. Frostad, could you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the third and final reading proposed for the bylaw that brings forward the fees and charges changes coming out of the budget process. So as a reminder to council, there is a 2% increase to utility fees within the budget that has been included in this bylaw. And there were some other miscellaneous changes related to truck pickup of snow dumping. And we did move out the RCMP fees that the town of Stony Plain is now handling, and changed our notice of penalties on the utility bills to the new utility billing format. So I can entertain questions if there are any at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. This is in relation to our 2021 to 2023 corporate plan reflection. Any questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Thank you very much. That's been carried. Thank you very much, Mrs. Frostad. I've had one councillor ask for a short break, so I'm just going to call a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back right after this for item 10B, traffic bylaw. So we'll be back We'll be back at about 5 after 8. Thank you very much. Short recess. in recess. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And we're going on to 10B, which is our traffic bylaw. Could I get a motion, please, for third reading under our traffic bylaw? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the third reading be given to bylaw C-1123-20 traffic bylaw as amended.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lavisheur, you're going to be working on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, administration is pleased to present to council the final draft of the traffic bylaw C-1123-20 for third reading. At the November 23rd council meeting, council wished to incorporate a seasonal prohibition on driveway aids as opposed to a full prohibition. The administrative team for this policy recommended outlining the months to be similar to that of recreational vehicles. In order to move towards a seasonal ban, it became necessary to add to the definition. So it was the definition to driveway aid was amended to indicate that driveway aid means a commercially produced rubber ramp that is designed to be placed on the highway in order to assist with access to a driveway. A ramp made of material other than rubber, example wood, metal, concrete, or a ramp that is not commercially produced, example a rubber ramp that is homemade, does not constitute a driveway aid and will be considered an obstruction under this bylaw. Administration believes that prior to any enforcement of the seasonal prohibition of driveway aids, there will be public awareness campaign advising the seasonal prohibition for the remaining of this 2020-2021 winter season, and the main focus will be on education. A greater emphasis on enforcement will occur in 2021-2022 winter season. It should also be noted that proposed amendments were also made to section 8.2 landscape obstructions. Due to an administrative oversight, some key wording from this section was inadvertently removed during one of the bylaw presentations to council, and it was some amendments that were previously approved in 2019. So those have been added back in for clarity and completeness. Administration believes that the bylaw before you meshes well with both the operational requirements along with the needs of the community. And I would like to thank council for your review of previous iterations of this bylaw and look forward to council's support of third reading this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lavisheur. That's for third reading, and it relates to the aids for driveway aids and stuff, particularly in regards to that. So we had a pretty significant discussion on that. Are there any questions or comments from council in regards to that? So go ahead, Councillor Acker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And did you want me just a comment regarding just driveway aids or general on the bylaw?
You can comment on whatever you'd like. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Lavester, I'm happy with the changes that have been made through all the iterative processes. I think, the correction to make it a seasonal ban on the driveway aids will help alleviate some concerns out there. The biggest thing, I think, within all the big changes, including the change to our RVs having to move off-site, the driveway aids, we're going to really have to have a strong communication plan in place for all of these because these can sneak through. We're in December now, passing this. People are not worried about RV parking right now. So as we get closer to the spring, hopefully we'll have a good, communication plan in place to remind people, let them know what the new rules are, and even maybe have some cards printed up that they can put on people's doors to let them know. But I appreciate that education will be taking place this year for the driveway aids. I think that's great. And I'm very happy with the changes. I do have one question I did notice, and I don't know if I brought this up in previous discussions, but there was a change in the routing priorities for snow removal within the bylaw. And I saw a couple of areas have just changed. Different neighborhoods are now 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that just better flow of our machinery to meet the growing city? Because I think 5 years ago, we had a lot less subdivisions, but there's no anticipated impacts or big changes that we have to communicate out to the public.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are some changes that that do occur over time, and so as the city does grow, there are some operational changes that do occur. As an example, even when we look at residential snow clearing, currently we kind of manage within a 2-crew system, but it's taking longer and longer to get through the system or the streets, and so at some point you have to look at expansion of that system to meet the demands. And so it's similar in the case of the rotational basis, and we just look for efficiencies at some points, and then we also look at the availability or the ability for staff to move more efficiently and effectively.
Perfect, and that's what I assumed. So I'll be happy to support third reading of this, and just hope that we have a good, strong communication plan coming in, especially when we hit spring with RVs and next fall for the seasonal ban on the driveway aids. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments. So Mr. Wolanski, just to clarify, the seasonal ban, in other words, the enforcement of a seasonal ban on driveway aids won't take place until 2021-22 winter season? Or Mr. Lavaseur, sorry, I said Mr. Wolanski. Mr. Lavaseur?
Oh, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
That's correct. And in regards to this winter, are we going to be doing pre-clearing, or what are we going to do with these obstructions that are going to create problems to our machinery? Are we going to go out and certainly not fine people, but are we going to go out and notify people prior to snow clearing that they have to be moved, or how's that going to be handled? Because I have a concern in regards to the costs of machinery breakdown and disruption too.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as are we. It depends on the timing of when the equipment ends up being required to perform some of its operational duties. And so oftentimes the curb ramps are hidden. And so crews are going to have to pay special attention to those areas where they know that curb ramps would typically exist. Sometimes they might not be seen. Where they are seen, it will be done through an educational process, just to continue to get the message out that these are not allowed during these seasons and in future years. And at some point, if it does warm up again, and perhaps we can educate to the point where they can be removed once more. But at this point, we probably suggest that they're probably frozen in if they're still there.
Yeah. I think the big part about that is that, excuse me, when the graders are coming along and plowing them all to the center of the roadways, I think they become pretty visible, I would hope. They're not generally hidden too much or once in a while, but anyway, I was just wondering how that was going to be handled.
Sometimes they aren't, and that's when they go in the blower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any other comments from council, and so with that, I'll call the question on the motion for third reading. Okay, thanks very much. Moving forward, rolling right along under 10C, could I get a motion, please, under our open space bylaw for third reading? Councillor Roth.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move third reading be given to bylaw C 106118, open space area bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Mr. Lavaseur.
This will be Mr. Fazer, Mayor Houston.
Okay, it was on my note to say Mr. Lavaseur, but Mr. Fazer, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm very happy to be here this evening to present the proposed open space area bylaw for third reading. Much like previous presentations provided on the open space bylaw, I'll just provide a very brief, succinct verbal presentation to council. And if council does have any further questions, either myself or the other project team members would be happy to answer them for you. For this evening's presentation, I'd like to change it up a little bit and just provide a very high-level summary of the changes from the original open space bylaw. And it should also be noted that the bylaw that's presented tonight is the same as it was presented for second reading, so there were no changes made to it. The proposed open space area bylaw is not fundamentally different than the existing bylaw. The wording has been amended, though, to make it simpler to read and to understand, and redundant sections were removed from the bylaw. This was mostly due because the content in those sections were better dealt with in other bylaws. The most notable change in the proposed bylaw is the creation of the open space permit as a form of granting permission for regulated activities. The regulative activities for the most part remain the same. What has changed, though, is how we actually grant those permissions now. The existing open space bylaw contained wording such as city manager approval or city approval, which at times may have led to confusion. And so this is what we wanted to eliminate. The proposed bylaw also includes an expanded definition of open space, as well as restrictions to limit access onto storm ponds. Clauses were also added around loitering and an expanded definition of trail users to accommodate additional types of users, both now and into the future. We also added a number of clauses or sections of the bylaw to help administration balance the different and competing types of uses that we see, again, both now and going into the future. Some of these include clauses around third-party developments, as well as events taking place in open space. So that, in essence, completes the formal part of the presentation. Where's my notes here? Just like to summarize in closing that administration has invested a lot of internal expertise from multiple departments into this initiative. We looked to others in the province and beyond and incorporated best practices where appropriate. We received and incorporated feedback from council, and we believe we now have an open space area bylaw that will serve the residents of the community and will assist administration in delivering quality services both now and into the future. So this ends my formal presentation. If there's any questions, we'd be happy to answer them at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Fazer, and thank you very much to the rest of staff who did a lot of work on this, and there was quite a bit of deliberation with council in prior to this. So any questions or comments from council? Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thank you. I have just a couple questions, and forgive me, I can't find it in the bylaw now, but somewhere we indicate that when you're doing an event or you've got a permit that you can't interfere with like the use of the rest of the open space, something like that. So I have a question. So if someone were to apply for a permit to do some sort of business activity within an open space, let's say they're doing fitness, like they want to run a fitness class and they're running it on the basketball court, for example, because the basketball court is quite spongy and it offers the right type of, I don't know, like I guess, whatever they need compared to the grass. Would that be allowed? Because now it's taking away spontaneous use if a group of youth wanted to come and play basketball. Or is it that they can only do a business activity that really doesn't interfere with any other particular activity? Like they're not taking away what the original intention of the open space is. I hope that makes sense.
It does. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great question as to why we would like to have the permit system. In recreation, we wouldn't grant a permit for a commercial activity on a spontaneous use facility like that. The intent of the basketball courts would be for that spontaneous type of use. We would encourage the permitted activities, like commercial activities, like you mentioned, to take place in just the open space areas and not interfere with regular use of the park.
Okay, perfect. So that's good for that. Then my second question is so it's under conduct. It's 11.3, where it's talking about consuming alcohol. And I know there's been some recent changes as to potentially allowing alcohol in open space, but it mentions that, you cannot consume alcohol in an open space area unless the approval in writing of the manager has been obtained in a permit or approval has been obtained from the Alberta Gaming and Liquor Commission. So when I read that, is it possible that the AGLC gives a permit and we don't? Or do we have to also give permission? Because the way I read it right now, it's one or the other.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would ask if Inspector Adamans is on line to speak to that one if possible? Oh, good.
Yes, sorry for the delay. We actually have those functions, like, for example, on Canada Day, we have the liquor tent. That would have to have an approval by the gaming liquor to be able to sell alcohol. So that's where the gaming liquor, and then you'd also need the approval from Parks and Recreation events to actually host that. Now, where that comes in is the Alberta Gaming Liquor and Cannabis Regulation does have specific allowances for a designated area that the city would have to define and post and sign appropriately to allow for that consumption of alcohol in that very specific area. We don't have any of those. So the example that you are saying and illustrating is the fact there is no liquor permitted the way we have our parks set up. And if you do, you need a special licensing permission to have that alcohol and through the permission to hold that event with Parks and Recreation.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly then, Inspector Admits, in order to have any alcohol in any open space, you actually do have to get permission from the AGLC at this time because we don't permit it. Is that right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be just a permission for an individual to have a beer. It's
like an
it's
event.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because it sounded like the way it's written, it sounds like maybe we can give the permit the way it's written, or that you go to the AGLC. So it's one or
Yeah.
the way it's written, it sounds like one or the other. So I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. If we had, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Stevenson, the wording is designed that right now no alcohol is permitted on any parks. If in the future council is looking at allocating certain areas with the appropriate signage, that it would be permitted as a designated area in the future. We don't have those at the moment. So anytime that anybody would be able to consume alcohol would be in an event environment.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, we're going to go on to business item 11A. And Councillor McKenzie, I understand you're going to be recusing yourself under this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to recusing myself from the public hearing because of pecuniary interest, I will also be abstaining from the debate and the vote on this matter and recusing myself again by leaving the meeting for the duration of the business item. I ask that my absenteeism and recusal be recorded. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So noted. Okay, thank you very much. Could I get a motion in regards to the business item 11A, development permit application in direct control district? Councillor Oldham.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that development permit application PL 2020-00000438 to locate a liquor store in Suite 110-205 Jennifer Heil Way be approved as an alcohol sales minor use as defined under the city's land use bylaw C-824-12. Subject to the condition outlined in attachment 2 proposed development permit decision, and the council delegate authority to permit the development officers of the city of Spruce Grove to administer the land use bylaw with respect to enforcement of this proposed development and subsequent development permit applications for exterior signage.
Thank you very much. That was quite a motion. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham. Mrs. Kustra, could you please introduce this item? This is the one we just dealt with in the public hearing, and now it's coming before council as a, to make a decision on this item. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I have a very quick presentation, so I will be sharing a screen. So, oops. All right, thank you. So this, once again, is the development permit application P2020000438 for a liquor store to be located within Suite 110, 205 Jennifer Highway, which is located in a direct control district, which is being brought forward for a decision by council, as council is the authority to exercise control over the use and development of land or buildings in a direct control district. So the presentation made at the public hearing provided information for council to consider the development permit application for a liquor store. If you would like me to go over anything that was presented at the public hearing, I'd be pleased to do so. However, so the development officers for the city of Spruce Grove supports the approval of development permit application PL 2020-000-438 to locate an alcohol sales use within Suite 110, 205 Jennifer Highway, and would recommend that council delegate authority to the development officers to administer the land use bylaw with respect to the enforcement of the proposed development and subsequent development permit application for exterior signage. And that's all I have for you tonight. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open up the floor to my colleagues on City Council. Councillor Roth, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Houston. I have some rather significant concerns about this as it relates to the presentation from lawyer Roberto Noche, who said that we are not able to assume any presumption of harm as it relates to the proximity of a liquor store to a recreation facility. And I asked him subsequently if that applied to cannabis. He said it does. And it's also, there are many cases in Spruce Grove. I sit on the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, and I recall maybe a year to a year and a half ago where there was an application similar to this that was denied because of the proximity to the edge of a school ground, not even the front door of the school to the front door of the business, but from the front door of the business, not even the front door of the business, but the nearest edge of the business structure to the edge of the school ground. And there are many cases in where we have dealt with these kinds of issues, and some cannabis operations and liquor sales operations have been denied because of such proximity. So I have a question or two about that. Have we sought our own legal opinion to tell us whether we are permitted to exercise this kind of control? And subsequent to that, do we believe that this might require, in the absence of such a legal opinion, are we going to get one? And maybe it might require a review of our bylaw.
Okay, to answer the cannabis concern, yes, we've had a couple cannabis applications that did go to appeal. Now, the difference with cannabis applications versus an alcohol sales application is cannabis use and locations of cannabis use are described under the definition of cannabis. And under the definition of cannabis, a definition cannot be varied. A regulation under the land use bylaw can be varied. So with respect to the cannabis locations and the appeals that we had, because of the use, because of cannabis being a use, unfortunately, that can't be varied by a subdivision development appeal board. Now, with respect to alcohol sales, yes, we have had a couple of applications where we have turned the application down because the development officers have turned their applications down because of them not meeting the regulation under the land use bylaw. And subsequently, the applicant has appealed that, and the Subdivision Development Appeal Board has turned the appeal down. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we have not as yet looked into the regulation respecting the distances for alcohol sales to the close proximity to recreational facilities or schools.
Okay, it answers my questions partially, but not entirely. I would think that it would be good practice for us to seek our own legal opinion to see whether we are able to exercise these distance controls over, for example, the location of a liquor sales operation, a liquor store. Because I know that there are numerous cases where we have said you cannot have a liquor store within a certain proximity to a school, to a playground, to a recreation facility, and perhaps there are some other examples. So I think maybe we should go out and get such a legal opinion. And if and I see that Ms. Armstrong her face just showed up, so maybe she has, she can chime in as well. But it causes me some concern to hear from a lawyer who practices in this area telling us that what we've been doing is we're not entitled to be doing.
Mrs. Armstrong?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Councillor Roth. Certainly, Council could direct administration to review the land use bylaw with respect to what Mr. Noche has said this evening. But with regards to this particular application that's before Council tonight, because this is a direct control district, Council is not bound by the regulations in the land use bylaw for this, because it's not the setback regulations are a regulation that can be varied under the direct control regulations. And the setback distances are not specifically tied to the definition. So that's why Council does have the variance powers this evening to vary those setback distances and can make a decision on this liquor store in this direct control area. Certainly we can take it away and look at the land use bylaw under the regulation section moving forward for other liquor store applications elsewhere within the city. But I just want to advise that it's my opinion that Council does have the ability to deal with this application tonight.
Okay, I understand that the direct control designation gives us certain powers that we would not otherwise have. I understand that. I'm just thinking back to examples where we have exercised this kind of control in the past. And I know, and there have been numerous examples of that, and there will be in the future as we get future development applications. So that's just a comment. I think that's something that we should do as a matter of course, hearing this contradicting legal opinion. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we definitely can take that away and have conversations with the city solicitor about this. Certainly when the land use bylaw was originally adopted with the setbacks for liquor stores, the land use bylaw was reviewed at that time by legal counsel, but certainly case law may have changed since then. And so it's definitely worth looking into.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Houston, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. And does that answer your question in regards to this particular site?
Yes.
As well?
Yes, it does. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Acker, then Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since we have Ms. Armstrong on, I have a question for you because this came up during the public hearing. But what would be the process, or what would we be looking at on this parcel of land to rezone it away from direct control. If the intent was back in 10 years ago was to make sure that the development gets developed like we want, we had a hotel, we have commercial, then the direct control doesn't become as necessary as council being the development officer. Do these parcels ever come back and get rezoned into a commercial zone now that it's been built out fully? It's just a curiosity in my mind.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there would be the opportunity for the landowner to come forward to apply to change the zoning on the parcel, just like any rezoning application. It would be interesting to rezone from a direct control to a normal district. It has happened in other municipalities in the past, so the opportunity definitely is there. I would suggest that that would be developer or landowner driven rather than the municipality, but certainly, yeah, the opportunities certainly exists.
Good. It's great to know that that exists and that does happen, because I think some of these discussions could just be handled through our normal process. But listening to all the information and the speakers that we had, I do appreciate that the idea of the direct control and designing the Tri-Leisure Village concept was great. We have the buildings in place, but the commercial entities need to also be full. And I noticed there's quite a few of the units there that have been sitting empty for quite some time. So I'd hate to be, going against business looking to invest in Spruce Grove. And I'm quite comfortable with administration's recommendation by doing the measurement from door to door. I'm comfortable that there is enough space in the parking lots between all these buildings to give that separation, to not be having a liquor store on the outside of a park or a playground. So based on what I'm hearing so far and the information I've got, and I'll be supporting administration's recommendation on this.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Acker. Councillor Oldham.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I agree with Councillor Acker. It would be nice to see this reconsidered one way or another from direct control. I think it creates challenges when there's inconsistency in who's making the decision around the same concept. And so typically this would be, done through our administration, and administration has a history of denying these requests, and then they go to subdivision appealment board, and then they get denied again. And so I'm not comfortable creating inconsistencies in decision making. I also feel that if we want to relook at the distances from liquor stores to recreational facilities, etc., we should be looking at that first, making that decision that we're okay with measuring from door to door instead of from the parking lot or whatever, and then come back. Because as soon as we make one exception, word's going to get out, and then we're going to get requests for another exception. And it's a sliding scale that I don't want to get involved in. We don't have necessarily some of the expertise to know every situation that's going to be out there. I'm okay with the concept in general. I don't like the process, I guess is what I'm saying. And I would like to see the process reversed. If this application came forward a few months from now, after we looked at the distances, and if it was council's will to change those distances or relook at that, then I would happily consider this in a different light. But I think we're wading into some pretty tricky territory, and I would like to try and keep it fairly clean cut. So at this time, I don't think I'll be supporting this, but I'm open to relooking at the distance bylaws and having this come back at a later date. I just worry about setting that precedent. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Stevenson.
I forgot that we're down to councillors. Sorry. I was waiting for the others to speak up as well. I'm of two minds. I want to say I agree with everyone at this point. And I want to take out the legal aspect of things, because I do think that that's not what we're looking at. I don't know if we're really looking at the distance. We're looking at the idea that this is a direct control. And if it wasn't direct control, it would be denied based on the distance, is what we're saying right now. And then they're saying that would go to potentially court to be overturned. But right now it's direct control. So I'm just trying to get it into my mind whether or not it's a bad thing to have a liquor store there. And my first instinct is to say no. I know when I travel, and I travel quite extensively for my other job before 2020, if you are staying at a hotel, it is quite nice to be able to go to a liquor store that you don't have to drive to. And when I'm thinking of when we're trying to encourage people not to drink and drive, and, you're always looking at those distances. It's nice that if people are staying at the hotel, that there is a liquor store right then and there. And I have a really hard time always buying the argument that it's the influence on the kids. Like, the kids they're smarter than that. I don't think having a sign outside suddenly influences them if they're coming out of the Tri-Leisure when they go to Superstore and they see a liquor store there, or they go to Sobeys and there's a liquor store there, or they go to their neighborhood building and there's a liquor store there. There are liquor stores everywhere in this city. So I'm not buying into the argument right now that there is that influence that's happening, or, the concern that we're seeing, whether it's 75 meters away, 125 meters away. Kids are pretty immune to that these days. So I'm trying not to take that into consideration. So looking at everything and understanding that in all likelihood, that's going to be the only liquor store in that entire area. There won't be a second one put into there. You can also get liquor at Boston Pizza, and I'm sure they're all doing, liquor sales while they're closed. I don't see a really good reason at this time to be able to deny that. So at this point, understanding that we will probably have to review this in the future, I cannot justify in my mind why I would deny this permit. So I will probably support this going forward and the amendment from administration.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. I think I just wanted to touch base in regards to a direct control district, and we don't have a lot of direct control districts, and I'm not sure why we'd be anxious to change it. It gives us the opportunity to be the development authority of all of that area, and I think retrospect to having that changed by the developer. I mean, he's basically divested himself of all the interests of the stuff that he's developed. The hotel's been sold, the commercial center's been sold, and now the actual office building has been sold. I think what I reflect on, and I like the feedback from council in regards to having administration look at the distances from the current bylaws that we have that are regulated outside a direct control district. Because I've been of the opinion, that while it's, and we had one, I know Councillor Roth talked about denying an application because a playground was within 5 feet of the edge of a business. And, and we have that space over there sitting empty, and we have our developers struggling to try to find, something to put in there. But some of those current bylaws of trying to save ourselves, and I always try to say, what are we trying to save ourselves from? Here we have, there's some concerns about a liquor store going into an area where there's sports, and after most of our events with parents and kids come into a restaurant and their parents have a cold beer, and there's a lounge there, and there's beer and alcohol being sold. But anyway, on the fact of the distances and stuff that they were contemplated, and the recommendations from administration, I think this falls within the regulations of what we're allowed to approve, and I'm going to be supporting the application, for a couple of reasons. Number one, we have a business. I know for a fact the business is struggling to make ends meet in regards to the impacts of this. I think there's an opportunity for a use that's complementary to a hotel and for people that visit our city close by. And I think it really meets the distances that administration looked at, which I really appreciate, looking at 123 feet from a door entrance and stuff to try to, I know we're 26 feet from the parking lot, but at the end of the day, would that be a reason to deny it? So I think based on all of that, I think I'm supportive of I'm going to be supporting this application, and hopefully to see us through this. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Armstrong, for helping with that. Mrs. Kustra, for the work your staff did in reviewing this with the interested parties, and moving forward with another opportunity for business development in the city. Appreciate all the work that staff has done in that. So without seeing any other further questions and comments in regards to the permit, I'll call the question on the motion. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, can allow Councillor McKenzie to come back in. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to 11B, temporary COVID relief to community groups. Could I get a motion? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make the motion that $27,000 be provided to local community organizations as determined by administration to support their COVID-19 relief efforts, and that the funds be allocated from council contingency.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. And you had consideration in regards to potentially the community groups in question. So with that, I will defer to Mr. Wolanski. Mr. Wolanski, there was some interest from council to have some discussion in regards to the community groups.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we believe this item would be appropriate to have further discussion in a closed session later on this evening, and revisit afterwards following the remainder of the agenda. And speaking with the city clerk, we cannot have two motions on the table, or sorry, on the floor at the same time. So we would need a motion and a vote to actually table this motion right now. And then later on, after the closed session, we would need a motion and a vote to just lift it, off the table and back onto the floor. So okay. we would just propose that if someone could make a motion to table this, and then you would have a vote on that, and we'll revisit later on.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to table this discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor table. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, that'll be tabled until a later time in the agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski, for the procedural on that. Okay, let's go to 11D. Could I get a motion in regards to the pump truck, rescue truck? Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that $709,788 be approved from the 2022 budget for life cycle replacement of an existing pump reserve rescue truck.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. Mr. Lavassieur, a new pump truck. It's a lot of money for one little truck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is the 2022 cost. Okay. The total cost is just over $1.1 million, which we've seen a drastic increase since the last time we purchased one of these. I believe was in the neighborhood of 900,000 the last time. So this approach has been taken by administration and councils in the past. The reason being is that these types of vehicles take a long time to build. And so we typically pre-commit a future budget dollars to complete the project. So we would start the project in 2021 with the purchase of the chassis and then some related equipment and start the construction of it. And the completion is estimated for April of 2022. And that's if the order is placed in January. So that's why you have the motion or proposed motion this evening. Some financial items, as was mentioned earlier, the total cost of the pump rescue truck is just over $1.1 million. The 2021 dollars are going to be funded through MSI grants, as was determined through the corporate planning process of almost $425,000. And as mentioned in the RFD this evening, the remainder of the $700,000 and $710,000 be approved for the 2022 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. And when I read the report, this is not just a small park pump truck. This is an actual fire truck, the big pumper that the big pump truck that we're purchasing. And so the chassis that you're going to be purchasing would be that those dollars would be expended before the end of December, or in 20.
The order actually takes place in January of 2021.
Okay.
So it was incorporated as part of the 2021-2023 corporate plan.
Okay, Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. I see this should buy us another 25 years for this new vehicle, but what do we do with the old one? Is this something we trade in? Do we sell it to another place that would take old vehicles? What happens with the old fire truck now that we replace them? Just out of curiosity.
That's a really good question, Councillor Acker. I'm not sure where these things go after their life. There are some standards that, my presentation this evening is from Fleet Services as opposed to fire services perspective, but there is a life to these. And so maybe there are possibilities where they can send them out to other jurisdictions where they can recondition them, but I'm not sure. Some jurisdictions have even taken them to other countries, those kinds of things. But, you do see quite a few of them off the side of the road as you're driving down some highways and some fields and farmers' fields. But I can certainly get that response for you and supply that to council.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes your question, Councillor Acker. Councillor Roth.
Yes, as if Mr. Lavasseur is going to get that information for council as well, I'd like to find out what are the criteria for determining the suitability of a vehicle like this for other applications, because I know there have been examples where this kind of a truck has been driven down through the United States to Central America, to countries perhaps where they don't have the kind of equipment or perhaps the standards that we have. So I'd like to find out what the standard is that determines whether this is something that must be replaced, and those kinds of questions as well as the ones posed by Councillor Acker.
Just to add, Mr. Mayor, so we did work with, so Fleet Management actually did work with the Fire Services Pump Rescue Apparatus Committee, which is partially of staff from Fire Services as well as Fleet Services, to determine the need. And the replacement timelines have been established partially through life cycle discussions, but as well as NFPA standards that have been set out. And so we try to match those as closely as we can for life cycling vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Interesting that Councillor Roth asked that question, because I am almost certain that we had one of our fire trucks go down to Central America. I think that somebody, Jeff, you maybe remember that too. I think we had one of our really old trucks, but it was all reconditioned and it met some standards and stuff, and it ended up going down. I don't know if it was Guatemala or somewhere, but it went down to Central America somewhere. I was pretty sure, but not 100% sure. Okay. Any other questions or comments? What color are you ordering it in?
Blue.
Red? Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the presentation. I'll call the question on the motion. Thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, moving on to 11E. Mr. Wolanski, can you pull up the RFD for 11E?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want to? Yeah, I can just pull that up and just. Probably best if I shared my screen, if that would be okay.
That would work well.
You can see that?
Yeah, just one sec.
So while you're looking that up, I can, just as a as according to the Municipal Government Act, does require council to appoint an individual to carry out the powers, duties, and functions of the position. In accordance with that, obviously following the resignation of the former city manager, Simon Farbrother, I've been appointed as interim city manager, but again, according to section 205, that council must appoint a city manager, and the recruitment activities, it's my understanding, have concluded. And so there are 3 motions there, Mr. Mayor, and obviously proceed how you wish in terms of who would you like to present those motions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Wolanski. And, for those that are joining us here this evening, and Mr. Wolanski, indicated, of course, that Mr. Farbrother, our former city manager, had left our employment for another very position that he felt would be best suited for his career, and we wished him well. And with that, we had a long process of looking at a number of candidates throughout, through a very open and transparent process. And the work that we did brought us to the conclusion of today. So I'm just going to ask some of my colleagues to make some proposed motions. The proposed motions are before this. So I will just start off with Councillor Oldham. You can start off with the motions.
You bet, Mayor. I move that council approve and authorize the mayor to sign the city manager agreement between Dean Skrepnik and the city of Spruce Grove. That the city manager agreement remain confidential in accordance with the freedom of information.
We will just do one motion at a time, and then we'll vote on each motion, okay? I believe that's how it's going to work.
Sorry, Mayor, I thought that was all one motion.
No, we'll just do that. We're doing 3 motions, and you'll be doing motion 1, and that's the one that you just read, okay?
And I will, I'll stop sharing my screen so you can see everyone voting, and then we'll come back and do the next one.
Okay. Thank you very much. So with the motion from Councillor Oldham, I will call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Going back to motion 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make that motion that the city manager agreement remain confidential in accordance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, Section 17(1), regarding disclosure harmful to personal privacy.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Any questions or comments in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Dean Skrepnik be appointed to carry out the powers, duties, and functions of Chief Administrative Officer in accordance with Section 2052 of the Municipal Government Act and the City Manager's Bylaw C-1094-19, effective January 18th, 2021.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. And you had indicated January 18th, 2021, and that is when Mr. Skrepnik will be joining us. So with that, I will call the question on the motion from Councillor McKenzie. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. So at this time, I'll open up the floor to comments from council in regards, to the, if you have any comments to make in regards to the process or in regards to, congratulating our appointment. Councillor Oldham, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start off by thanking Mr. Wolanski for the last 3.5 months or so. He's led our organization through a very unique and challenging time in the middle of a pandemic and just heading into budget season. And Mr. Wolanski, I want to thank you for your efforts and work in working with staff and in council through the last several months, and look forward to having you on board with us as we transition to Mr. Skrepnik, and appreciate all the work that you brought to our organization. So thank you, sir. In regards to Mr. Skrepnik, I believe he has a great background, will provide some wonderful perspective to our community. He has, as many people know, some provincial background, some municipal background, and look forward to having him join our organization and lead us as we continue to take on the challenges of COVID and transition to some economic times that are going to be different, and look forward to his leadership with the rest of our senior staff. So thank you, Mayor. Look forward to having Mr. Skrepnik join us.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Oldham, and thank you for the nice comments. Councillor Roth. You're muted, Councillor.
That's the first time I remember ever doing that. It may not be the last. Similar comments to those expressed just a moment ago by Councillor Oldham. I think that I want to thank Mr. Wolanski as well. I can't imagine being given the reins to an organization like the City of Spruce Grove in more difficult times than right now, because we're in the midst of a pandemic that has had significant and serious impact on our municipality in two respects. Number one, on residents, and also the finances of the City of Spruce Grove and the financial situation of residents as well. It's been very, very difficult, and I've said this before, that I don't think there's ever been a time when I've not had complete confidence in the way that the city ship was being steered during this pandemic. Going back to Simon Farbrother, our former city manager, and during the last 2.5 to 3 months under the reins of Mr. Wolanski. So Mr. Wolanski, you've done an excellent job, and council appreciates it. The other comment I want to make is I've been through this a few times, and every member of this council has been through this, I think, at least 3 times now. Even those who have only been here for 3 years have been through this process a few times as well. And I don't ever remember, I'm sure that there's never been a hiring situation where we've had to recruit for the top job in the City of Spruce Grove, where we've had this depth of candidates. We've had some excellent talent to choose from. And I think that the city will be the benefactor going forward, and the residents will benefit as well. So we've had some wonderful candidates, and this has been a difficult decision, but I think Mr. Skrepnik is the right man for the job, and I look forward to working with him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth. Councillor Ackert, and then Councillor McKenzie.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, kudos, Mr. Wolanski. You've done an incredible, stellar job. We appreciate you. You've been fantastic, and hopefully you're not disappearing, because we still need you vitally for this organization. But in the process, I think the process was fantastic. Very open, transparent process. As Councillor Roth mentioned, we had some phenomenal candidates throughout all of North America. And I think the process was great. We did the interviews, got to know each of them, did the research and background. And I'm confident that the city has picked the top candidate, and we're going to be in good hands moving forward as the City of Spruce Grove. I'm looking forward to the financial background that Mr. Skrepnik provides, and his experience. I think is going to be valuable for our organization, and I think he's going to fit right in with our incredible senior leadership team and guide our organization moving forward. But again, Mr. Wolanski, thank you so much for everything you've done. We appreciate it, and all the best.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Acker. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I would just speak to the motion. I am really excited about Mr. Skrepnik coming on board. One of the things that I know everybody, or a few of the other councillors have said already, and I'll just want to really say it again, it was one of the hardest decisions. And I think the engagement that we've had from council, and I think the reason why we had the high caliber candidates is because people were excited to come to Spruce Grove because of our senior management team. And, you know, Mr. Skrepnik spoke of that. He is excited to work with our team. And so, you know, again, a huge thank you to our full senior leader team. But Mr. Wolanski, you have been such an amazing leader throughout this process. And I truly also want to just give you a huge shout out, but to the whole team. And ironically, because we are such a high profile team, that's what gave us the high profile candidates. And I'm hoping in the future that we can just continue to do the best that we can do. And I think that we're leaders in the province. And thank you to everyone for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie, for your kind words. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So before I forget, I'm sure Councillor Grillke would want us to say ditto for her. So I'll just make sure that Councillor Grillke is recognized. She would certainly echo a lot of the comments, just like I'm going to end up echoing all the comments. Part of me wants to tell everyone that, Mr. Wolanski, you did a terrible job so that nobody tries to recruit you. So that would be my hope, because you did an excellent job. You've done this for us twice now, being an interim city manager. So, and I think it's a bit of a misnomer when we put the word interim in front of the word city manager, because there's nothing interim about the work that you had to do during this time. And certainly we didn't have pandemic on our bingo card when we ran for council, and I'm sure you didn't have pandemic on your bingo card ever as a municipal administrator. So I just want to say thank you for your leadership. It was very evident that you were well respected, and the way you were able to bring your team together during corporate planning, I think, speaks volumes to you. But if anyone's listening, no, he didn't do a great job, so just leave him alone. So I do appreciate, we do really respect you and really appreciate the time you've put in here, and you still have another month. So you're not off the hook yet. So again, thank you, Mr. Wolanski. And then looking forward to Mr. Skrupnik joining us. I think it's a huge coup for us. I'm sure his bio will come out later, and it's an impressive bio. I think the most interesting part, though, is that he's local and he knows this community inside and out, and that's just very exciting, that you don't have to bring someone up to speed, and you're not having someone come from wherever to have to really learn and feel what Spruce Grove is about. So really looking forward to seeing Mr. Skrupnik come on board, and he is very, very lucky. He's coming into a community with, I think, a strong council and a very, very strong administration, very strong leadership team. He recognized that as well. So I'm really looking forward to what 2021 brings us. So thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. And I think a lot of what everybody has said, I'd like to echo again. And Mr. Wolanski, I'm going to start right off the top by thanking you for the leadership, not only for this 3 months that you've led the organization through our budget process and through some very challenging times, but the other times you've done it, and as a general manager of Community and Protective Services, the incredible work you've done on a whole variety of very large and complex projects that have your fingerprints all over them. And I'm going to reflect on the RCMP building and the Protective Services building and all the work and support you've done on the leadership team. You're very well respected in the organization, and on behalf of council, I want to just say from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much for all the work you've done. And we appreciate you in the organization, and hope you'll continue to work along with us and everything with all the great work you do for us. Just to reflect on a new city manager. This is actually, since I've been the mayor of Spruce Grove, this will be the fourth city manager that I've worked with. And I have to say that, and reflect on what council said, we had an incredible talent pool to choose from, and it was a competition. And the part that is recognized is that Spruce Grove is a very attractive city to want to come to. And there's a few reasons. Number one is because we have a very high performing senior leadership team. We're well respected in the region as a community that's collaborative within the region. We're well respected as a community that's a dynamic and vibrant community with young families and lots of opportunity, and a great business community and a whole variety of things. So Spruce Grove continues to attract. I mean, we continue to attract high caliber people and high caliber talent, and Dean Skrupnik is an example of that. And I'm excited to share with the community, which will be coming out tomorrow, some information about Dean that the city will see. But he comes with a great background of municipal experience and he's done extremely well wherever he's gone. And being able to land him in this city, and recognizing that this city council is one of the reasons why Dean came here, because we're collaborative, we work well together, and I think we're seen as a very progressive council as well. So all those factors contributed to him wanting to come to our city. Not only that, he's a homegrown young man, and when I say young man, he's got lots of years ahead of him to work with us. And I know that his collaborative leadership style will fit well within our organization. I'm absolutely ecstatic that he's coming to us, and I believe that he's just as ecstatic of having the opportunity to serve with all of us. So with that, I'll close and say that to the community, we've landed a very good, competent city manager that will work within the organization. He's going to be coming to work with us right off the bat in January. January 18th will be when he's going to start, so we'll be able to introduce him then to the community. But tomorrow there will be a press release coming out on him, and we certainly appreciate the ability to start to work with him. So anyway, I think I've said enough, and I'm excited about it all. And I think thanks to council for all the thoughtful discussion throughout the whole process, because there was a lot of discussion, and there was a lot of and to Leaders International too for the work they did. Let's not forget them. Anyway, moving forward, thank you very much. That's been approved by council this evening, so we are going to move to the next chapter for the city of Spruce Grove in 2021. So that concludes our information items. Our various boards and committee meetings are under our consent agenda. So we're going to go into closed session. Mr. Wolanski, we have a couple of items in closed session. And I just want to make sure that we have 2 items now into closed session, which is new. So I just want to make sure the preamble to go into the closed session motion is complete, and that we are.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just, we do have a motion to go into closed session. I would just ask maybe the city clerk to confirm that the second item would and what section would be appropriate there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So for the second item, we would suggest just going under, I believe it was, I apologize, section 24, advice from officials.
Okay. And the other one is in the preamble already for the closed session. So could I get a motion to go into closed session and adding the section 24? Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the council go into closed session under section 17 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act regarding disclosure harmful to personal privacy, as well as section 24, advice from officials.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, are we able to add an agenda item after the approval of the agenda, which is something that I thought we were never able to do legally?
To the city clerk?
I'll have the city clerk confirm, but we're not adding an item per se. We're just taking the other item and going into close, which we could do for any item that we already had an agenda. We could just say, we want to have some, but we still have to list the section of why we're going in to discuss that item.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're not adding anything, Councillor. We're just having the discussion in a certain manner. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wolanski. It clarifies it. So with that, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, we're going to go into closed session. So, Wayne, the number to call in, do you have that number? I can't hear you.
No, I don't. I'm just gonna look it up. Can you give it to me?
I'll text it to you because you guys are live.
Yeah, we're live. Yeah, just text it to us, Jeff. Thanks.
Okay.
You can just turn on your video just so we know you're here.
It says it says that the host has disabled my video. So I can't. There
Okay.
we go.
I'm
There
going
we
to talk
go.
to the host then. Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, we're back
There we
in.
go.
Thank you very much.
It
You're back
worked.
in.
It worked. Just kidding.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for we're back in open session with council. And there's would like to I'm going to entertain two motions for business arising from the closed session. Councillor Stevenson, we're going to I guess to Mr. Wolanski, do we need to make a motion to bring the item 11B back onto the table? We'll do that first, and we have an amendment to make to that. So if I could get a motion to bring that back onto the table.
Actually, I believe it would be off the table and onto the floor, right?
Onto the floor.
Yeah.
Bring it onto the table. Okay. Bring it onto the floor. Councillor Acker, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to return to the floor the table motion 11B, which will be amended, I'm hearing.
Temporary COVID relief to the community groups. Thank you very much, Councillor Acker. With that, I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, it's back on the floor. Off the table, it's back on the floor. Okay, so we have a motion, and I would just like to entertain an amending motion to that motion. And I think the city clerk is going to pull that up, and then we'll get one of my colleagues on city council to make that amendment.
Just give me one moment. There we go.
So Mr. Wolanski, is the somebody other than the original mover to move the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so can we get the actual motion up on the floor or on the board?
Sorry, can you not see the screen share?
Yeah, we can see it. I just thought you would have the actual new amended motion out there. It's you've indicated what you're going to be changing, but it's not. I guess we can roll with the Councillor Acker if you want to make. Can you make that amendment?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that $27,000 be provided to the following local community organizations to support their COVID-19 relief efforts, and that the funds be allocated from council contingency. And the amounts would be Parkland Wellness and Refugee Welcome Space in the amount of $6,000, Augie's Cafe in the amount of $4,000, the Connect Club of Spruce Grove in the amount of $4,000, NeighborLink Parkland in the amount of $8,000, and Pay Forward Kindness PFK in the amount of $5,000.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. So just to clarify, first we have to, so Councillor Stevenson already moved the original motion. Now we have to do amending motion indicating what we're amending to her original motion. So what's on the screen is kind of what has to be read to amend that original motion. And then we'll incorporate it into the original motion, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. You want that step. Sorry for all that waste of time. I move that the motion be amended by deleting the wording as determined by administration, by adding the wording the following after provided to, and by adding the following wording after council contingency. Parkland Wellness and Refugee Welcome Space, 6,000. Augie's Cafe, 4,000. Kinetz, 4,000. NeighborLink Parkland, 8,000. Pay Forward Kindness, PFK, 5,000.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is the amending motion that's on the floor. Thank you very much to the city clerk for that. And thank you, Councillor Acker, for the amendment. Any questions or comments in regards to the amendments? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion for the amendment. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. And now that's the amendment. And so is there one more motion required?
Yes, so just one moment and I'll get the new motion up.
Yeah, so we'll put the new motion up, but it is already, it is on the table as that. So it's really just discussion and vote.
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry, one moment.
No worries.
There we go.
So, Mr. Mayor, this would now be what Councillor Stevenson,
That's right. This is the amended motion. This is the amendments. This is now what the motion looks like. So with that, we have the motion on the floor. So I'll open up the floor to questions and comments from council. Would anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Roth, go ahead, and then Councillor Acker, then Councillor Stevenson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Houston. A comment and a question to Ms. Peter. I'm not speaking against this because I think these are all worthwhile organizations that do wonderful things in our community, and it's a community that to some degree is in distress, and there's great need in all of these areas. I'm just wondering, and every little bit of money helps, especially for organizations like this, $4,000 to Augie's Cafe and $4,000 to the Canettes is going to be sorely needed in these dire situations for some of these organizations. But are we doing enough to Ms. Peter? Are we doing enough? Like, is this going to make a meaningful difference in the operation of these organizations and the good that they do in our community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Roth. Certainly, these amounts are going to help for the very short term. As you mentioned, any little bit is going to help for these organizations who are so crucial to providing those on-the-ground services. From a recovery perspective, the recovery team within the city of Spruce Grove is looking at and continuing to look at what those indicators are to determine the health of our community in terms of economic, social, and others. And we'll be further discussing and bringing forward some policy deliberations later on in 2021 that we will be able to identify the best course forward and tie that into the corporate plan. That's the longer term outlook.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. And I'll support the motion before us.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Acker, did you have your hand up? Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I want to thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this on the floor. That's fantastic. And I recognize we have a lot of nonprofits and organizations in our community that do incredible works. But understanding that with COVID and the shutdown, and we're getting into the holiday season, that some of these organizations are in dire needs of additional resources. I'm quite happy to see that within our council contingency, we have some dollars left over that will make a difference in our community. And I look at each of these organizations and know that they are making a difference to residents in our city. And I'm proud to be able to support them on behalf of the city, these individuals. But it doesn't discount all the other incredible organizations that are out there. And hopefully as a community, as we move outside and hopefully in the recovery zone, that the city can find other ways of partnering up with these organizations to support their incredible mandates. So I definitely will be supporting this.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Stevenson, were you next, or Councillor Oldham?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you to council. Even though I brought the motion forward, it did come from discussion with many of us that we were talking one night after council, really just feeling that we needed to help and that, COVID was providing us with a challenge that we hadn't had to face before. And knowing that we had some council contingency funds left, I think this was an idea that many of us had. So I was happy to bring it forward, but really just wanted to express that this really was our council having the right intention here of really providing some short-term relief, even though, this isn't a long-term plan. This isn't going to fix things overnight. And we do recognize that, but we wanted to, even if there's a little bit of a gap over the next couple of months that we can fill, this goes a long way, I think, with our community. And I certainly hope that we do let our community know this, not to toot our own horn, but also to encourage others that there's these opportunities out there, because I know I've seen all over social media and in numerous discussions that people are always looking for these types of organizations. Like, people want to contribute. There are those that even have barely any themselves, but they want to be able to donate or volunteer. So I really hope we take this, and over the next few months, we work with these groups and really become a conduit of communication, so that we can let our community know about these groups and that there are opportunities, not just to donate, but like to volunteer, or even just to spread the word even more, so we can get the message out there that there are many people doing amazing things, but there are a lot of people too that need our help during this time. So I certainly just want to thank my colleagues that I think we did a really good heartfelt thing tonight. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Oldham, and then Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Mayor. And again, thanks to Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. Happy to support it, obviously. And I just want to add to thank the volunteers, because all of these organizations, and as Councillor Acker said, the many, many organizations that exist outside of these particular ones aren't run and don't make our community great without hundreds of hours and hundreds of people volunteering. So I'm just going to add that as we make this motion tonight and recognize those people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McKenzie.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I too just want to thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. And when I look back at everything that council has done here with our contingency, we even did back a few months ago with the Rotary Club, and we'd given them the COVID with that. Even when we look at our Canada Flag Initiative, this year it was different, and it was about getting through this together. And I think that this is such a fitting end to our final meeting of the final year. And, as Councillor Oldham had said, and that's what I was going to speak to too, it's all of the great community groups out there. And I think there will be an opportunity in the beginning months of the year for us to continue to support other groups and continue to make sure that everybody in our community's mental health and, all of those needs are being met. So thanks again. I'm proud of us as a council and what we have done throughout the whole year with our contingency, and how, I think this is a great way to end supporting our community. So thanks to everybody on council.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. You couldn't have said it any better. I think you nailed it in regards to proud of the work we've done for in the community as an organization, the City of Spruce Grove, our administration, coming forward with a lot of heartfelt conversation or thought about, what would be groups that really could use their help. And thanks to Councillor Stevenson for bringing it forward, as everybody said. But we need to be excited for these groups and thank them for the volunteers, as Councillor Oldham had indicated, that they're all made up of a big group of volunteers. And you look at the work, just for example, when you go into Augie's Cafe and all the people just hustling around, and providing warm meals and stuff for people, and the other groups as well. But excited to support it, and I think everybody has pretty much wrapped up the positive impact that we intended to have with the support of this. So with that, we're just about wrapped up. I'm going to call the question on the motion for this COVID relief effort with our council contingency.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I may have missed it, but did we get a motion on the motion that's on the screen?
I thought you said that was once it was amended that we could use it. If we need to read it again, we can read it again. No problem.
Yeah, we need to read it again, and it needs to be moved.
Okay, I think that was a question I asked, and it was, but if we need to read it again, let's do it again. Councillor Acker, I think you were the one that read it.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to move that $27,000 be provided to the following local community organizations to support their COVID-19 relief efforts, and that the funds be allocated from council contingency. Parkland Wellness and Refugee Welcome Space, $6,000. Augie's Cafe, $4,000. Kinetz, $4,000. NeighborLink Parkland, $8,000. Pay Forward Kindness, PFK, $5,000.
Perfect. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Stevenson, did you want to close? Any other further comments?
Just want to say thank you.
Okay. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay, thank you very much. That's been carried. Okay, we are going to get ready to ask for one more motion to adjourn, but before we do, Mr. Wolanski, did you have anything to add, or did you have anything that you?
We do have one other business item coming out of closed session, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we have the library thing coming out of closed session.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, could I get a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that Rudy Zacharias be reappointed as a member to the Spruce Grove Public Library Board for a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2021, ending December 31st, 2023, and that Lori Porter be reappointed as a member to the Spruce Grove Public Library Board for a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2021, ending December 31st, 2023, and that Grant Crawford be reappointed as a member to the Spruce Grove Public Library Board for a 3-year term beginning January 1, 2021, ending December 31st, 2023. And I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, having worked with all of these individuals, Lori Porter for the shortest period of time, because she's a newer appointee, but not a new appointee. They're all strong contributors to the library board, and I think that the Spruce Grove Public Library Board, the library, and the community are better because of their involvement. So I would urge council to endorse these reappointments.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Roth, for the motion in regards to the reappointment of those dedicated members of the board. With that, I don't see anything further comments. I'll call the question on the motion. Okay. Okay, we have we have concluded pretty much our business items. And I don't know if Councillor Roth wanted to lead us through, we wish you a very Merry Christmas. We wish you a very Merry Christmas. You know, that's all.
If you're sincere about that, I'd be happy to do that.
I think you should.
Are you really? I thought you were joking. Okay. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. We wish you a Merry Christmas.
We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
That was a very 2020 song.
Yeah, I think you needed one of those little things, those tempo things that needed to have that little bit of a beat up. But anyway, thanks, Councillor Roth. I knew I could count on you to wish all other citizens out there Merry Christmas. And Mr. Wolanski, did you want to say anything on behalf of administration to wrap up 2020?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been certainly, it's been a year of learnings and opportunities. That's the best way I want to look at it, and not focus on so much of the difficulties while there have been. I was just thinking about this recently with preparing for changes to my own family in terms of how we're going to celebrate. And I'm starting to list all the good things that happened in 2020 and not focus on some of the negative things, because there were lots. And I know that we as administration were resilient as much as we can be, could have been. We tried to be. I know that our staff are facing their own challenges and their own, just as everyone else in our community, but have done and handled themselves with professionalism and dedication and commitment despite all of that. I know that we have been grateful for the relationship and the discussions that we've had throughout 2020 with council. I think they've been very strategic and very important, and will set the course for us into 2021 and beyond. And so we've been really appreciative of that. So thank you to my staff and all of the staff, and certainly thank you to council for everything that we have gone through together in 2020, and in many ways, and in probably all ways, it's brought us much closer together as an organization and as a city, despite some of those the not so fun things that we've had to deal with. So thank you for letting me share that.
Okay, thank you. Any other closing comments from any members of council in regards to wrapping up our 2020 season? Not seeing any. I just wanted to close out by saying, reflecting a little bit back on last November, when we passed our budget last November, we had no idea what was around the corner. We had no idea the challenges that this organization would face and the challenges that would come upon us that our administration handled. And, you know, I know Simon's not here, but Simon led our organization through a very, very challenging period, which we're thankful for. And we did a lot of adjustments, and but at the same token, you know, we held our head high. We continued to provide high levels of service to our citizens. We did our best to continue, and we do our best to continue to reflect on the importance of the health and safety that we put so high in our community, and we're going to continue to do that. But I think, you know, for most of us in our life, 2020 has been maybe one of our most challenging years as a community, as a country, and as a world. And we have some more work to do, certainly. But you know, the fact of you know, what we've managed to achieve, and the work of this council and this team has been remarkable. And I'm really proud of all the work that we've done and all the work that we're going to continue to do. Even today, when we wrapped up a lot of important discussions on stuff for 2020, it brings us to the close of what has been a very challenging year for us, and one that we certainly want to put behind us. So not only do we want to adjourn this meeting, but we want to adjourn 2020, and we want to start off 2021 with a shared optimism and hope. I see new economic development on the horizon. I see opportunities for our city to move forward and to build onto the great amenities we have in our community and work together even closer to support the citizens that we represent. So I'm ready to adjourn 2020 and put it behind us, and we're going to move forward into 2021. So I'll ask one of my colleagues on council, to make a motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevenson.
Motion to adjourn this meeting and 2020.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for the great evening. Thanks to administration, and thank you, everyone. I'll call the question on the motion. Have a great evening, everyone. Thanks again. Have a great Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.